Hello. How's it going, everybody? How's it cooking? What's a going on, eh? What's a going on? Uh okay. So, 1 sec. I'm just checking my Twitch. Oh yeah, I gotta rename it because of course I do. Mm, okay, should be good now. Geez, why did YouTube change how the thing looks? That's weird. Oh, jeez. Horizontal. Can you make it vertical? No, jeez. Sorry, YouTube is like messing with crap and it's annoying as hell. They changed like the layout, I understood. It's kind of obnoxious actually. All right. And then we're gonna do this. Okay, this should be fine. Okay, so let me read some of the comments just before we start. It's time for Rent and News. I don't mind the Reiji tweet, but for people with no brain cells, perhaps word it differently next time, I guess. Drama cells. So people like see the word drama and be like, "Oh my god, what's he talking about?" That's the whole point of why I called it drama. I don't want to call it drama, but it's just easier. What else would I word it as? Like, what would you prefer I word it as? That would be just as attractive to stupid YouTube people. Like, frankly speaking, I have absolutely no idea what to phrase it as, other than drama. I could say news, but you know, I don't know. So yeah, let's just start simple. The first thing is this crap. So this user, this was on October 5th. So this was a while back. I heard some Japanese fans talking about it. Achievements. I guess it's an achievement. I guess it's an achievement. I don't know what you would call it. Anyways, so this user around October 5th said this stupid shit. I can't help but feel tears welling up to the decline of the country as the number of volumes of Kanokari has caught up with Dragon Ball. And it's just like, okay, way to be an overdramatic bitch. Like, frankly, it is just completely overdramatic. But this only has 21K likes. However, the quote retweets are actually a lot. There was some quote retweets that like I recall seeing that got like a fuck ton of likes. Like this one, 103K likes, and this person would say something like, "I never imagined this manga would go on for so long. Seriously, what on earth are they doing in a romance manga or a romance comedy to reach 42 volumes? They're actual combat scenes or something." I don't know, bitch. Have you considered reading it? Maybe you'll find out, right? And of course, this is something that just kind of continued and stuff like that. So Reiji responded on Twitter, and he had this to say: if Twitter will work, if Twitter will work. Reiji responded by saying the characters just wouldn't move the way I wanted them to, and before I knew it, it had reached this many volumes. It's a very mature thing to say, honestly, like from a writer's perspective. This is actually like a pretty fucking mature thing to say. Notice how he's not inciting anything. Notice how he's not like getting upset. He's just responding. But of course, the internet being what it is, got really fucking stupid. Now, I will say, before the internet being the entire stupid motherfuckers that they are, there's a lot of people who aren't stupid, which is nice. If you scroll down, there's a lot of very supportive comments. There are some comments like here. Actually, I'll just do this. Translate to English. I'm a newbie who got hooked on it about 2 years ago, but Kanojo, Okarishimasu are the best. I want to read more and more. I think the reason that it's incredibly entertaining, it's rare to find a romantic comedy that can resonate with you this much as a human drama. In any case, as a reader, I'm very happy that the number of volumes has reached the same level as such a symbolic manga. Congratulations, and I look forward to seeing what happens next. There's a lot of other supportive people. This person had something nice to say. This person had something nice to say. There's a lot of people who said nice things. There's also a lot of people who didn't say nice things, and they're just plain fucking idiotic, and it made me a little mad. I'm gonna be real. I try not to talk about the negative stuff when it comes to this series, but the more I see this stuff, the more I'm just I kind of want to do more to talk about it because it just makes me mad. Like, I get it. Maybe I shouldn't be mad on behalf of the author, but as someone who really likes this story and people just saying really stupid, idiotic shit, that clearly stems from the fact that they've never even read this manga, or more accurately, maybe they read it or watched the anime, but didn't really engage with it, you know? That kind of stuff just makes me livid, and I just get very upset. So let me. Oh my god. I didn't mean what I mentioned. The way Reiji talking there. Reiji is so first as we are with Kazuya. Lol. And that's the thing. It's like Reiji isn't so much frustrated as he is just depicting the characters how he wants to. Like, Reiji just loves this manga so much that he's okay with drawing these characters this way. And one of the things that he said when he was doing the remember in an earlier stream when I was reading you guys some of the stuff he said. He literally said, "I'm so glad I didn't listen to people when they kept telling me to change Kazuya into this like perfect Chad. I'm so glad I stuck with my vision of who he is, because guess what? In the scouting and in the date, people were cheering for Kazuya. They fucking liked him. People who were actually reading the manga, they fucking liked him. They were cheering for him. Not more than the movie arc." And he was literally saying that. He was literally saying, like, you know, fuck these people. There's people you should listen to, and there's people you shouldn't fucking listen to. And those people constantly telling me Kazuya is a creep, a weirdo, all that stuff, they're fucking idiots. And I'm glad I didn't change his fucking character. I'm glad I didn't listen to these people. And it's stuff like that that really shows, like, this dude really values his story and his characters. And when he says something like this, when he says what he says here, it shows authenticity and integrity, not, oh, it's your story, bro, you could just change it. No, dude, he's saying that he cares about the characters being so accurately characterized and portrayed in his narrative that he won't just fucking change them. If anything, he's actually saying, I would rather be authentic to myself and have the manga be this fucking long than make it into something it's not and just magically end it. And that's not something he wants. He wants to make this stuff earned. He's literally talked about this in the stuff he said on his Twitter space. This thing I read you before, there was a part where he was literally saying, I guess some people don't always engage with what I'm trying to say, so I try to make the story as engaging for them as possible while telling the story that I want to tell. And I think that shows a lot of integrity as a writer, considering there's so many people who will not fucking do this. Who will just sell you what you want, and they will pad, and they will run out of ideas, and then their manga will end within like 20 fucking volumes. But no, so somehow this dude has enough content to go 42 volumes, and it's still engaging. No matter what people will fucking tell you. It is still interesting. It is still engaging. No, he does not rage bait. If he was rage baiting, he wouldn't be doing events like the Ruka event, where he did this entire thing for what is it? For Ruka, where he crowdfunded an event, went to it, did a whole bunch of art pieces, and made it completely free for people to go to. When the event was set up, you could just walk in, and you could just see this stuff, and you could get free things if you just interacted and played. You could get ice cream, you can get a whole bunch of stuff there. He went out of his way to do this event. He was saying he's going to do another one. On top of that, he talks on his Twitter. He engages with people despite the fact that half of these fuckers constantly give him shit. The fact that this dude goes out of his way to engage with people who constantly give him shit and still continues to write this manga that people constantly give him shit for does not tell me this is a man who's doing this for money. Does not tell him he's doing this for rage bait. Because the problem with that mentality is you're looking at it like it's fucking YouTube. You're looking at it like Reiji's a fucking grifter. But if you interact with any of his content for 2 fucking seconds, none of it is grifting. Literally, none of it is that crap. None of the things that he says is that crap. Literally, Chizuru's birthday is literally him saying, yo, a birthday is not for other people. It is about valuing the person. It is about valuing the person's birth. The reason they came into this world, I want to appreciate them. He tells people to put their phone fucking down and fucking talk to people. And yet he's keenly aware of what social media is like. It drives me nuts, man. Like, and of course, like, Jesus Christ, 50k true retweets. There's like 1,000 quotes. It's so many. Please just go say something nice. Just, just overturn the bullshit. Please and thank you. Just go say something nice to this man. I don't want this fucking nonsense, Like, I need more wholesome shit, Not like stupid crap like this. There's no fucking way the author said this. You wrote it, motherfucker. Like, these people are children. The characters just won't move. Bro, who uses this meme in this day and age? Who fucking uses this meme in this day and age? Are you shitting me? Yeah, tell me you've never read a story without telling me you've never read a story. Oh yeah, this response is great. This is very misunderstood. The truth is that it somewhat changes from perspective on Kanojo Okarishimasu. There's nothing more real than writing while thinking about the characters. More than what you yourself would do while writing, it's very beautiful. I doubt Reishi cares much about the criticism. He knows very well what he's doing. He loves his characters so much that he does what they would truly do or say. What others think about their actions doesn't apply here. It's as simple as behaving like people. It's good advice. You can feel the love for the work, and I truly value that. Thank you. Jesus Christ. It's not that difficult. Just engage with what he's saying for a second. The people attacking him in the quote retweets are insane. Could be alluding to the fact that he doesn't have control over... No, Reishi has complete control over the story. I was saying this earlier. Literally, the whole basis for why he did the Ruka event, the whole basis for why he did the fucking Ruka event is literally because the editors would not let him draw Ruka in the fucking manga. So he literally said, you know what? Fuck you in particular. I'm gonna do this big ass event just so I can draw manga for Ruka and celebrate her character's birthday. Fuck you, have a nice day. I'm like, bro. And then it was so successful, it actually impacted the manga's success and how much people were engaging with it. Like, it's that kind of stuff that, like, shows how passionate this dude is. And it drives me up the fucking wall that you have absolute dipshits like this who are like, ooh, the characters don't work, brother. You wrote them. Literally, bro. Write a fucking story. Go see how directors and writers talk about their characters. The most engaging thing you can do, I've heard this so many times from other writers, the most engaging thing you can do is literally put characters in a room and see how they interact. You don't force an interaction, you see how they interact. And literally, Reishi is constantly writing characters who are so human and deep that you literally feel it constantly throughout the manga. They are consistent and constant throughout the entire series. Even when they change, the evolution feels natural, earned. It takes its fucking time. It doesn't just happen. In contrast, you'll have other mangas where the characters will just fucking transform themselves, become totally different people, and the story will tell you, oh no, that's a good thing. That's a good thing that they changed, that became completely different people. When that transformation should have been slow, it should have been earned, and they should have kept a part of who they are. It's, oh my god, yeah, it drives me up the wall, man. It drives me up the fucking wall. Yeah, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. How people can be so needlessly cruel and so dismissive of everything this dude is trying to do and say. Like, it's... Here, I wrote a perfect thing for it. If these kids could read, they'd be very upset. Okay, that's pretty good. You got me, buddy. You got me, buddy. Some of these quote retweets are insane to me. Tell me you've never read a story. Tell me you've never written a story before without telling me you haven't. Heck, tell me you've never read this story without telling me you haven't. People talk about rage baiting, but the only rage I feel is from idiotic replies who just react. Like, the level of dismissive cruelty is just crazy to me. Oh, this story is, you control it. No shit, Sherlock. It's his fucking story. It means he gives that much of a shit about it that his characters. It means he gives that much of a shit about his characters that he doesn't want to make the story just magically change. It means that he values authenticity over forced change. If you actually read the story for 2 fucking seconds, you'd notice how smoothly it's paced and how consistent the characterization of the cast are. What he's describing is real living characters who are experiencing life and love and he has fun drawing that journey. People are like, "Oh, he does it for the money." Oh yeah? Why does that make the story why does he make so much divisive changes in the story then the internet constantly flames him for it? How many authors have you seen go through depression because of how people treat their work? You think this shit's easy? You guys genuinely think Reiji would take all the crap people constantly give him. He would go to the head fucking editor for chapter 218 if he didn't actually want to write this story and be serious about it. Right? You think he would do that kind of shit if he wasn't ready to get shit for it. No, he's not just doing it for the fucking money. Just as the Ruka event wasn't just for the fucking money. He would have run out of ideas ages ago. No. Literally, I was mentioning earlier how he literally went to the Ruka event and he would draw things for people to fucking interact with. Right? People would be like, "Hey, can you draw this?" And he would literally draw it. Can you do this thing? He would literally put it. If Reiji really didn't care, why would he write a heartwarming stories about cherishing simple things like someone's birthday, about putting your phone down and spending time with your loved ones, about seeing and valuing people who try their best every day, about the true importance of love? Genuinely and without a hint of irony, if your criticism is that this manga is too long, it's rage baiting, and that Reiji is a liar, you did not actually look at this manga. You did not read it. You didn't really try to. You never considered the happiness the story could give. Just to read what Chizuru said, have you ever tried to honestly accept another person's affection? Have you oh, for the love of God, Twitter, don't be shit to me today. Have you ever seriously faced Kazuya-san's feelings? Have you ever thought, hey, maybe this is the one who will make me happy my whole life? Literally, the shit Chizuru says to Mommy is literally what I want the fucking haters to see. Because they're Mommy. They're cynical. They're nihilist. The saddest thing in our world is to become so nihilistic that you don't fucking care and you are dismissive of everyone and you constantly say, "Oh, it's for money. Oh, it's for this. Oh, it's for that." Of course money matters to him. No fucking shit. It matters to you. It doesn't mean that's all he's doing it for. He has enough care for the story that he's writing that he keeps writing it despite the fact that you bitches keep criticizing him. He always checks if readers are having fun with what he's writing. He constantly checks the surveys and stuff. Like, come on. Well, Mommy is an A1 hater. Yeah, Reiji writes cynical characters in this story on purpose. Mommy is indicative of the haters. Ruka, what is it? Not Ruka. Minnie is a cynic. Minnie is the cynical readers. Minnie wants to believe in love. She wants to believe in good things, but she's cynical. And a part of her doesn't. She has a bit of pessimism underneath, where she's kind of trying to look at this in a realistic way, and she doesn't really want to believe in love or the possibility that someone could be good, right? And that's the thing. People constantly do that in real life. They never want to actually believe or admit or be honest about this kind of stuff. They just want to be, they want to stay safe, and characters like Minnie use Kazuya to try and believe. But then a part of her doubts him. A part of her doubts him. A part of her just does that stuff and doubts him. A part of her doesn't really believe. And this story is telling you, try having some fucking faith in people. Try actually believing in other people. Try seeing the possibility that there is someone good who's not perfect. And that they are capable of giving love. And that they are good people who can bring happiness into your life, even though they're not perfect. I think that element of true connection, of really connecting to other people, contrasted by something that is fictional, that is AI. The fact that Reiji references AI in his stories, the fact that he compares rental to a virtual persona, contrasted by a real living person who's acting out this persona, is the importance of what the story's talking about. Real love is not bought. Real love is difficult. It is a challenge. It is not something you just fucking do and then you just get it. You have to actually genuinely put in an effort, and I think there are so many people who don't see this, who don't appreciate this, who will be wishy-washy, who will change their mind, who will give in to their desires, who will never really fucking try. While this story is actively showing you the agony and the hard work that love takes, that it's not easy and that it's a struggle, but it's fucking worth it. Okay, sorry, I got a little heated. I wanted to talk about this and I didn't. It's when I see stuff like this that I feel like I don't do enough for this series. And I get it, it's not my story, but it's a story I want to defend because it matters to me that much, you know? Like, I always feel like I want to do more, and I don't know what to do, you know? I want to make, like, I guess I want to make better videos. Yeah, should make better fucking videos. That's what you should do, dipshit. The people that tweeted that shit went from reading Goodnight Moon to Frog and Toad, then Rag, and can't understand anything the little brain did. You might want to rewrite that. I don't know what you're saying, bro. Even the Japanese fans are turning. Wait, what? What about? Oh, no. A lot of Japanese fans came to rally to Reiji. Like, there's a lot of dipshit comments that get a lot of likes, sure. But literally, like, if we go back to the tweet, yeah, there's a lot of stupid comments, but he got 75k likes. Also being supportive of him, and a lot of the comments underneath here are actually really nice. A lot of these comments are actually really fucking nice. And there's a lot of comments that are really fucking stupid. You know, there's a lot of comments that are really fucking nice and a lot of comments that are really stupid. The thing that I think is really fucking stupid is that people will see like one Japanese reader who has a lot of followers and they'll just immediately think, oh, all Japanese readers feel this way. As if this one person who happens to be Japanese is indicative of an entire fucking culture. And I'm just like, you have to be a goddamn dipshit. Because if you genuinely believe, like, oh, 50K people is indicative of an entire culture and people, you're an idiot. Because otherwise, this manga wouldn't be selling 14 million volumes. Nor would it get 75k likes. Nor would so many people who are fans comment and be supportive. Whether they're from Japan or not. Which tells me you're a fucking idiot if you just take one Japanese fan at their goddamn word. Or Japanese fan. Like they're just a Japanese person who happens to fucking believe this. Even though, guess what? A lot of people in Japan are probably not so different from the West. They're stupid idiots like you who don't actually read something and just react to it. Shocking concept. Johan, you're always so kind, so passionate, and you put in so much heart into everything. That's the kind of person you are to me, and that's why I appreciate you. Thank you. I saw Chibi say that 42 volumes is an accomplishment. Oh, let me guess. There's probably a backhanded compliment. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a backhanded compliment. Yeah, even Bulver said it. It's a backhanded compliment. Like, you know, he's clearly saying that to just give it shit. Who are we kidding? It's Chibi fucking reviews. Who are you kidding? The art or way it was edited was so different back then. Oh yeah, well, Reiji has evolved as an artist, so naturally it's different. I also read the nice comments. That gives me a relief. Yeah, if there's anything to take away from this section, please go just say nice things. Please just go say nice things. That's the only thing I want to take away from this portion of the stream. Just go, please say nice things. Chibi is more of a disease than a human. See, I think Chibi is more is both like the symptom and the disease, if you will. He is a byproduct of a larger issue that won't go away if he goes away, but he's still part of the fucking problem. I was surprised by so many likes in this tweet. I love this series so much. Probably my favorite romance manga. Go fucking say that. Get on your Twitter account and go say that to him. Like, be proactive in your love. If you love this series and it matters to you, go say that to him. I did. I think Chibi's just riding the wave. Yes, it's called being a grifter. He's a fucking grifter. I've said this for years. I haven't said it here, but I've said it to other people for years. Like, no. Chibi is... I'm not even going to give him a spotlight in my channel, dude. I'm not even gonna give him a spot. I've talked about him enough. I'm not even gonna give him another fucking spotlight on my channel. I despise him. Okay? Like, really don't like this dude. Like, Gigok may say really stupid shit about this manga and perpetuate the cycle, but I just really don't like Chibi. Like, Gigok is just a fucking idiot in my opinion. He's a dude who is smart, who has some social awareness, who can actually do things and appreciates the anime medium and actually kind of gives a shit about it. But he's also still kind of a degenerate idiot sometimes. Okay? And I think that's an issue, in my opinion, and at least when it comes to this series and how he treats it and interacts with it. It's frustrating, you know? Because he gets one thing he doesn't like, and then suddenly the entire thing is terrible. And it's just stuff like that. It gets under my skin. Look, can we just move on from Chibi? Gigok made Bon. He gets a pass in my book. I haven't seen Bon yet. I don't know. I always thought Gigok wasn't like outright shitty, but the way he interacts with this series frustrates me because Gigok may not be like, you know, fueling the sheer hatred online, but he perpetuates it, and that's what makes me upset. Gigok may not be like the fundamental source of the hatred around this series. He's not. But he perpetuates it. He never shuts up about it. He finds every opportunity to shit talk it or just, you know, throw some secondhand, backhand compliments. You know, stuff like that kind of bugs me. It's Dinky makes pretty good reviews of the chapters. Yeah, he jokes sometimes, but his views are more like yours. Dinky used to show up here, but he doesn't really that much anymore. I haven't seen him on here in a while. He's writing the say. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't say Gigok is the same as Chibi. Chibi definitely fell down the grifter hole, and like he tripled, quadrupled down on that. Gigok isn't really a grifter. Yeah, he does what content creators do, but that doesn't mean you're a fucking grifter. I think Gigok genuinely is passionate about anime, and he's passionate about the things he interacts with, but I think he wants to learn and improve, and he clearly gives a shit, but at the same time, I just don't like how he interacts with this story. I think Gigok has like... I think Gigok is like a tsundere with this story, where he does like it, but he also wants to get other people into the frustration that he feels, so that way he can justify his feelings about it. I think that's more of a good way to look at how Gigok talks about it. Gigok wants to get people into this story so they can feel the same way that he does, so he can justify his own feelings, because to me, the way I've seen Gigok and how I've interacted with him as someone who interacts with media is he's the kind of person who, he's kind of like Minnie. He's really similar to Minnie. Gigok is really similar to Minnie because what he does is he wants to feel validated in his feelings. So a lot of his stories and a lot of the ways that he writes and I think I even felt it in the way he was talking about Bon and the way he was talking about like how he interacts with stories and stuff. A lot of it is kind of him trying to validate his own stances and how he feels about things. So what he does is he'll get people who he thinks will feel the same way as he does into these things, to see how they'll react, and when they inevitably react the same way that he does, he can bond over that. And I think that's how I viewed Gigok. It's reflective in how he looks up reviews before he watches movies. You know, like he's not gonna just check it himself. He's gonna go check how people think, and then he'll decide if it's worth his time or not. Anyways, Fade, a Friend to Girlfriend comes out with hip hop rap album. What is the producer feature? I don't ask me questions I can't fucking answer. You know I'm not cultured in the music industry. Like, don't even start with me on that shit. You know what, Reiji takes that shit 100 volumes just to piss these people off. I can go another 10 years. Yeah, he's different, but comes back to the series when it gets heated. Well, Gon talks about it, but he hasn't actually made a video about it in ages. He's planning to make some big video, but who knows when that's going to happen. So I don't know. The bigger problem is people take others' opinions as gospel. Correct. That's more of indicative of the real issue. You know, you'll go to like TikTok, and people will react to something, and then they'll take that opinion as fucking gospel. Yeah. Sydney wasn't that bad either. Yeah. Again, we saw Sydney's video. It was full of misinformation, like to the fucking brim. But she actually tried to engage for a fucking second. Complaining on Twitter posts is not going to do anything. While they complain, he has a very successful manga, more money than us, deep characters, and animes. Yeah, exactly. Gigok deep dives into the domestic girlfriend rabbit hole was funny to me. It was funny, but I've heard domestic girlfriend fans like really fucking hate it. Granted, I haven't read Domestic Girlfriend. I watched a little bit of the anime and I got bored. And I just didn't really care for it. Like, I think the weirdest comparison I've seen is like people saying these two mangas are similar when like from the little that I saw, they're like nothing alike. You know? How's the big Why Does Winter Girlfriend Get Hate video? You think I've been working on that? You're funny. I always just find ways to not work on that, mostly because it's too large. I feel like maybe I should do that as a roll. Like I was gonna say a multi-part, but then I read the words roller coaster, so I said roller. I was thinking of doing that as like some sort of multi-part, where I could do one that's like, I could each one covers a specific topic. If you ever cover different manga, Domestic Girlfriend would be funny. Yeah. Johan, when do you think you'll cook the Umitsuki video? Okay, so after this stream, what I'm going to do is I have some season 5 content to talk about. I have two things I'm working on. First, I have some stuff for season 5. I was working on this video in the background. This is the thumbnail I made for it. I'm working on this thing in the background. I'm almost done with it. I think you guys will like this. I want you to cover something else. To be honest, if there was something else I would cover, it wouldn't be like there's a low chance it would be what you want it to be. Because, for instance, I would want to cover something I'm currently interacting with. So, I'm currently playing Resident Evil. That's so different from this. Unbelievably so. And I already barely have time to, like, cover this manga. So, I don't know. I don't really want to cover other things until I feel comfortable. You should make a mega video defending this manga. Okay. I remember we made like a list of things. Here, I'll make a new document. Okay. Hate video. I'm going to make a list. There are things I need to cover. Help me cover these things. What should we cover? Because all of you want me to make a mega video defending this shit. Because I've been meaning to for a while, so Let's go. What should I cover in this mega defending video? Why is the most annoying thing on social media the way people will post straight, fake, false information about Rent-A-Girlfriend? Okay. Fake, false information on the story and author. What's your opinion on the mainstream shonen anime nowadays, like Demon Slayer, AOT, One Piece, etc.? I think those kinds of stories are all completely different. For one, Attack on Titan is not shonen. That's a really weird take. Attack on Titan is not shonen. Attack on Titan, it's not shonen, right? Is Attack on Titan okay? You're gonna fucking work? AOT shonen. I don't think it is. Oh wow, it is. What the fuck? Really? Attack on Titan is a shonen manga. I guess it would be characterized as a dark. It's a really dark shonen if that's the case. That's crazy. I didn't know AOT was Attack on Titan. Have you read Berserk? Yeah, ages ago. So okay, I guess Attack on Titan is that. All of those shows are completely different. No, it's not seinen, it's shonen. All of those mangas are completely different. I think there's a beauty to Demon Slayer, and the things Demon Slayer has to say and the way it does things. I think it's I don't know if it's ufotable, just elevating the story, in ways that like the manga maybe didn't. But I personally love Demon Slayer. I think One Piece is a really, really good story. It just takes a long fucking time to like get through the whole thing. Attack on Titan is also good. I think those kinds of shonen are engaging and not all like, they're not all like that, Not all shonen are light and not all seinen are dark. Well, no, the reason I thought it was a seinen is because it's very, very bloody and very, very gruesome. And I don't know if I've seen a shonen that dark. I feel like if you get that close to being that dark, I don't know. AOT's Attack on Titan, review JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Oh, I love JoJo. JoJo is peak as fuck. I fucking love JoJo. What's y'all's favorite part? My favorite part is part 4. My favorite part is part 4, and I think maybe part 2. I like part 5 a lot. And part 6 was dark as fuck. Part 6 was dark as fuck. But I like part 2 and I like part 4. Those are my favorite. 8 and 7. Oh, Steel Ball Run. I've yet to read Steel Ball Run. Part 4 all day. Let's go. Part 4, baby. Joystick Bros. Okay. Let's go back to the list real quick. So let's see. Everything you have ever said, one stream, point 1. What? The Doomers should be included. Doomers? Sure. Defending the series as an entire channel. Hope it didn't come out of passive aggressive or condescending. I don't think that's really... No. Netflix botched part 6. Well, Netflix botches everything. Who are you kidding? Netflix ruins everything. Who are you fucking kidding? Include... can you elaborate? What do you mean? The difference between how characters are seen... and interpreted... versus how they actually are. There we go. You hated season 4? Okay. Cool. If legit, genuinely speaking, if that's the worst thing you've ever seen, you haven't seen enough stuff. If that's the worst thing you have ever seen, you have not seen enough stuff. Yes, actually, I think season 4 was brilliant. They did a lot of stuff really shitty. I think the way they handled certain things wasn't great. But how they played out the story for the most part, yeah, they did a good job. I liked it. I love what they did. I think that stuff was great. You haven't seen any Netflix? No, dude, there's so many. Like, if you genuinely think this is bad, you have not interacted with enough stories. If you genuinely think this is bad, you have not interacted with enough stories. To the point that maybe you can't tell what's bad and what's good. Because this is just your immediate feeling. Your feelings of frustration and your feelings of not getting what you wanted are you're projecting those feelings onto the story and whether it's good or not. But the fact that it evoked this kind of frustration from you is indicative of the fact that it is good. The fact that something is the thing that can evoke that from you, that's completely different. Okay, understand, ratings are not indicative of the quality of something or not. That's not always truth. That's not necessarily accurate. That's very, you're looking at this in a very shallow way. Thomas, I'm going to go on a wild limb and just say, how old are you? Because the way you're speaking, you sound a little younger. And I think that's kind of indicative of the fact that maybe you don't know how things are. For one, the ratings of the story are very much skewed already, a great deal so, because people already have a stigma against this series. Two, yeah, see, there you go. You felt a little young in how you were speaking. One, the ratings for this series are already extremely skewed, especially in the Western medium. Two, the animation quality is very, very inconsistent in terms of this manga, quite a great deal. The animation quality is a massive part of whether people appreciate or see stories. Is a huge what Chibi gets insane views but doesn't equate quality. We're not going to talk about Chibi. Can we just get off Chibi for a sec, please? Just get off that for a sec. The animation quality for this season is extremely inconsistent, which means that's a huge part in how people interact with the anime. What we don't realize is that animation quality and like having super high quality animation and direction will sell something like fucking hotcakes. You can write the most boring story in the world, but if it has an amazing animation and a director, it will be interesting and people will engage with it. The sad truth is, a part of Rent-A-Girlfriend is that it doesn't have as much time, budget, and animation animators on it to allow it to be as something like Oshinoko. And that, in part, impacts the views. There's a lot of factors to the views. And finally, Rent-A-Girlfriend Season 4 is a very non-traditional story. And that will get under people's skin. Because people love traditional stories. They will tell you they don't. They're lying. They do. They just like a traditional story with a bit of a twist. They just like a traditional story with a bit of a twist. You know, ooh, you made it, I didn't have a problem with the animation. My honest problem was how nothing happened. Everyone was threatening constantly, but it was kind of like on the edge. Exactly. Nothing. Well, no, things did happen. Things did happen. The stagnation of things not happening was the point. You have to look into why things were not happening. It's not about nothing happening. The entire point of the entire point of that arc is that it's dealing with grief and your inability to move forward. That is the point of that arc. Every single aspect of how you delve into that deals with grief and the pain of lacking agency and control over your life. And so naturally, not moving is part of the fucking point. The characters being unable to control and change their lives in this situation is part of the fucking point. They literally couldn't. And Kazuya tried his absolute damnest in the end, and it didn't fucking matter. In fact, that's exactly the point of Umitsuki, the opening song of the anime. You go through this entire journey in the opening song of this anime. It is magical. It is wonderful. And then you wake up. It's a dream. You were dreaming. Everything you experienced was a fucking dream. It doesn't matter. You woke up alone in your room, and now you feel empty. You can't move forward. You can't move back. You can't get that dream back. It's gone. And you're left with just you sitting alone in your room, feeling empty, powerless. That's the whole point of that opening. The opening is about dreaming and believing and truly trying to have something real, only to have it just completely stripped away from you. Literally like grief. When you truly love someone, when you lose a loved one, when you lose a parent, when you lose a grandparent, when you lose someone you genuinely care about, and they're gone. And suddenly, poof, you have nothing. You feel empty. You have this wonderful journey. You finally you feel all these emotions, and then they just disappear like they were never there. That's gutting. Anyways, I love Kana's work on season 4 regardless. No, I liked it. Akasaka will write peak fiction for like the first half of the story, then fall off. Shit. If that's like not the most like accurate statement about Aka I've seen. So I like Aka's works for the most part. I like Oshinoko conceptually, not in execution. I like the concept of Oshinoko to a decent degree, but I don't like its execution from the start. From the start, I wasn't a huge fan of its execution. Love Kaguya-sama. Kaguya-sama, I like Kaguya-sama as an entertaining story, and I think there are aspects of it that I do really enjoy in terms of how it explores love, but I do think Kaguya-sama in other aspects is very shackled by trying to criticize the romance medium a lot. It's so shackled by that. It's like, oh, hey, look, it's the thing that happens in the romance medium, and we're gonna make fun of it. And it contrasts that by trying to have a real meaningful love story underneath. And at times it does, and at times it fumbles. And I think when Aka is having that contrast, where he's trying to transition to a real love story, he really struggles. Because to me, Aka as a writer is really good at criticizing stories, or just like, he's kind of like a reviewer, weirdly enough. He's kind of like a reviewer. He's really good at criticizing stories, but he's not very good at writing drama. He's not, in my opinion, he's not really good at writing drama. Just an opinion. How Aka writes drama can feel a little superficial. It can feel a little superficial. Whereas his concepts for those dramas can be really interesting. And those click with me. For instance, how he deals with the drama in Oshinoko, where this girl is like, I think her name is like Akane or something, where, you know, the online comments and the criticisms about her get to her, and then the TV uses that to, like, you know, leverage that against her, and then just, you know, they don't do anything about it, and then it gets to her, and she almost does something irreversible. I can't say the word because I don't know how Twitter or YouTube will react. And then, you know, she gets saved. And I'm like, cool, okay, that's great that she gets saved. Then the story never discusses the mental health issues. And then somehow, some magical way, Aqua convinces a director of the show, who's probably done this for fucking years, and has been through this shit a million fucking times, to be like, hey, be a good person. And the dude just says, yeah, you're right, I should be, and then just hands him the thing. And I'm like, are you shitting me? What? And so the way the drama is dealt with feels extremely contrived. He needed the pieces to fit in certain ways, so he makes them just fit. He makes them just, there you go. I'm just gonna do that now. Here you go. I didn't like spoil everything for you. I tried to be as vague as possible. But I was just trying to highlight how Aka isn't great when it comes to writing drama and making the pieces flow naturally. He is, however, good when it comes to like criticizing things. Like, for instance, the conceptual idea of what Aqua is as a character is brilliant in my opinion, because Aqua is literally this old dude who got turned into this beautiful, handsome man, and then suddenly you start cheering for everything he says because he's a beautiful, handsome man and he acts cool and supportive, even though it should be kind of fucking weird because he's a grown ass dude hanging out with like, you know, girls that are really young, and it's kind of strange. And you cheer him on because, oh, look, he's a handsome guy, and everyone gives him everything because he's a handsome guy. But it's stuff like that, and I'm like, okay, cool conceptually. But execution-wise, it's a little weird. I'm also not super invested in Oshinoko, so it's like I can't genuinely criticize it. Let's see. Reiji is in love with Chizuru. Oh, yeah, that shit. Okay, did you read the Oshinoko manga? Not really. I tried reading it, I got bored. Aka's writing just doesn't click with me. Aka's writing just does not click with me. I've tried reading. I own 2 volumes of Kaguya-sama. I've watched all of Kaguya. Kazuya does not evolve. Okay. I read a bit of Kaguya, and I watched all of Kaguya. Like, on my phone, he made it a couple of tweets 3 years ago. Move on. Oh, well, those tweets were literally how Reiji marketed the manga, and people just found it weird. And I'm just like, yeah, it's a little weird, but it's how he markets the manga. She's his girlfriend because she's a rental. Get it? And nobody wants to process that. Nobody wants to process that. Everyone's like, he's schizophrenic. You know, they got to make some weird fucking agenda around it. How the anime handled that wasn't great, but I don't think it was that bad. Like, so what? Kazuya's beating his meat. So what? I don't think the anime handled it well, to be fair. I don't think the anime handled it pretty well. I think they like dragged it a little bit, and like, guys, you didn't need to like drag it like this, but I get it. Like, I get your intent. It's a little weird, but it's still not particularly bad. Reiji drags the story for money. Okay. Kazuya talking all those beautiful women while most of these Twitter grifters don't talk to women. Yeah, I'll just put that. Oh. Paste without formatting. Haha! Suck a dick. Sumi's the only good character. Sumi's the only safe character. How the stages of Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship growth since the start of the manga. Okay. What would you put in the big 3 of romance? I have my own. I have my own personal big 3. My personal big 3 is Rent a Girlfriend's number 1. How Do We Relationship is number 2. And Maison Ikoku is number 3. And then number 4 would be like way, way down. I don't even know what else would be there. Chizuru is a bad person. Sure. Chizuru is a bad person. Gold digger, all that fun stuff. When will it end? Umi's the self. Oh yeah, Umi self insert. That shit's so funny. You know what would be so funny? I deep down, I really want to believe in Umi actually being support. I really want to. I want Umi to actually be supportive as fuck. I want Umi to be like, yo, I ship these two. And that would be hilarious to me. That would shut people the fuck up. Right? That would shut people the fuck up. Be like, damn, Reiji was always supportive. Rent a girlfriend validates stalking? That's a crazy one. No, it's not bingo. I'm just making a list for things Kazuya doesn't think for himself. Well, that's a part of his journey as a character. But he does. Right now he's struggling to. But it's a part of it. Mommy is a nice person. Nah, people don't think Mommy's a nice person. They want to support Mommy because they hate the manga. Mommy is the haters. I think that's better. You have my respect, Mr. Stark. Talk about how unique Raga is compared to other rom-coms. See, that one's a little hard. But I can try. I think that would take a little bit of effort. Chizuru doesn't love Kazuya. This one is a little hard because I feel like you could always find an argument to like say this isn't the case, but I do think like so like for this one, main girl isn't immediately in love with the lead. The lead isn't normally likable. Isn't traditionally likable. Into the lead. Gender roles. Kazuya is feminine. Chizuru is masculine. You can do it, Faye. I know it's a challenge to cover how unique Rag is. Thanks. Chizuru just takes... At the end of your video, make sure you point out to give Reiji support in his Twitter. Sure. No. Reishi does not want people to ship Chizuru and Umi. I don't know where the fuck you got that. He literally, I don't know where the fuck you got that. It's Umi's entire existence is NTR. Even Chizuru is not certain if she does. I can't see it because Chizuru has shown no romantic feelings towards Umi at all, not even a blush. Oh yeah, Chizuru owes him, which is just fucked up. Damn, we already have a lot. Do you see how rough this is? We already have a lot. Chizuru is actually best girl. Like, period. Ah, simping. This is very sad, dude. What's sad? Sonic music in the background? So, I think we've done a decent amount for now. If anyone else gets some good ideas, we can get into those later. But for now, I want to So we're going to get into this chapter. So we're going to read what Mute said. Mute actually had a lot to say, similar to what I had to say. Thoughts and reflections on the satisfaction level 396. This time's theme is Umi-kun is the Cupid who brings Kazuya and Chizuru together. Even some of the Japanese fans, bro, that are riling with me. I've said this before, like literally every time Umi shows up, they get closer. First time Umi shows up, Kazuya finds out Chizuru is an actress. He gets a phone case from her that is so fucking important to him that it literally helps him through some of his toughest times. He feels seen and accepted at literally his worst, and then right after that becomes literally one of the best characters and starts doing some crazy transformations. Second time Umi shows up during the movie arc. Guess what? Chizuru finally addresses her feelings out loud. And then suddenly they get a lot closer. And they continue to get closer and closer and closer. Then, Umi shows up after the movie arc. Guess what happens? Kazuya feels like he can fucking confess to Chizuru. Kazuya feels like he can fucking confess to Chizuru. Umi shows up again during the home visit. What happens? Chizuru asks Kazuya out on a date. They go to a nursery where Kazuya works and helps his mom, and she feels like she got to see a new part of him, and that part hits her so fucking hard she keeps thinking about it nonstop. Then, for Kazuya, in terms of that moment, he starts to trust Chizuru, take his real first step into adulthood. Now Umi shows up again, gets rejected, calls Kazuya, and what happens? Kazuya calls Chizuru when they haven't talked for like 4 or 5 days. Bro, he's their goddamn Cupid. He's their goddamn Cupid. It's like whenever Umi-kun appears, Chizuru and Kazuya become more proactive and their bond deepens. Since this is Kazuya's daydream episode, there's less analysis this time. As the Lungfish said, it seems that exchanging contact information these days is done through Instagram. Umi-kun on the phone asks, "Is it okay to call now?" So in Kazuya's words, he was a courteous person regarding how he addresses others. Umi-kun called Kazuya Kinushita-kun at the Tiger's Den, but when he visited Chizuru's family home, he called him Kazuya-kun. This isn't actually accurate. If you go back to let's go to it really fast. So first, Umi sees Kazuya here and addresses him as Kinushita-kun. Then you get here, as he was observing them a little bit, you get to 178, and Umi starts calling him Kazuya-kun. Guess when it happens? Kazuya runs into them. They talk, and then he says, "Kazuya-kun, I'd like to talk to you." He literally changed it. Here. This is when it first changed. He called him Kazuya-kun in chapter 178. That's when he started calling him Kazuya-kun. So it didn't start in the home visit. It started all the way in the Tiger's Den. It's almost like every time Umi talks to Kazuya, it's a continuation of the Tiger's Den. Something about the Tiger's Den, there was the talk they were having was meant to continue. And I said this when we were doing an analysis for that part, right? Umi talks to Kazuya. He says this. Kazuya responds. Umi's like, huh, okay. And then he says, right, I thought the same thing. And then it just ends. And Kazuya's like, we're done? That's it? And that happens every time, consistently. Every time after this point, every time Umi and Kazuya talk, it always ends abruptly. It always just, that's it. It just ends. And now, suddenly, after Chizuru interacts with Umi wants to talk to Kazuya. Almost like he's continuing this exact conversation. In fact, that's something Reiji hints at, because if it'll load. Please work. Code. When Umi calls Kazuya, Kazuya literally remembers this exact moment, when they first exchanged line contacts, and Umi said they would be friends. And here's Umi being very friendly, right? And Kazuya says he doesn't sound upset. It's almost like that exact scene is a continuation. Like that conversation kept ending abruptly because there was a reason it needed to end abruptly. And now it has a purpose to continue. Umi-kun says it's not a big deal. So it's like touring the Tiger's Den. He might not bring up anything too deep. The "in" written in the schedule probably stands for internship, right? As for the driver's license, it seems like he plans to get it in the training camp, but there's no schedule written for it. If you're coming all the way to my part-time job, that means there's a possibility Ruka and Umi-kun will meet, right? I have a feeling something like that might happen. Umi-kun, as usual, brightly interacts with Kazuya by saying, "I'm looking forward to it." It seems like there's no serious topic will come up, but is he planning to tell Kazuya about Chizuru saying she wants to face Kazuya properly? Or he might just tell Kazuya what the fuck he's been up to. Kazuya dives into a negative delusions, but the fact that he's convinced that Chizuru is totally up for dating me is based on the reasoning of Iamori-san said so. So there's no anxiety about whether it's really so. So there is anxiety about whether it's really so. Oh my god. Why is Twitter such a shit show? What the hell? What's this? When did I open this? What is this? I've never seen this. Whoa. Whoa, Umitsuki, chill. Kazuya's delusions won't stop. Chizuru says there's 1 million yen, but I think it probably doesn't cover the total amount Kazuya has spent. However, to Kazuya, it probably feels like that much. It seems the effort he put into things like the crowdfunding isn't included in that amount. I feel like that joke about the 1 million yen, right? I feel like that joke about the 1 million yen, it's because what is it? It's literally because Kazuya spent so much money, and people are like, "Oh, Chizuru owes him." And guess what? Chizuru went to the bank, so this is validated in that stance, you know? Oh no, Chizuru went to the bank to give him back all the money he spent, right? I feel like that's Reiji laughing at that. Kazuya is consulting Iomori-san about asking Chizuru out on a date using messages. Why doesn't he just call Iomori-san? Why does he go out of his way to consult Iomori-san about asking Chizuru out? If Iomori-san said, now is not a good time, would he follow her advice? Of course, I don't think that's the case. The contrast of sending a message to Iomori-san but calling Chizuru emphasizes Kazuya's anxiety. Consulting Iomori-san was just because he wanted someone to give him a little push, right? Yeah, he needed a yes woman. That's why he went to Minnie. He needed a yes woman. Hey, just tell me to do it. Tell me I can do it. That's all I want. That's all I want. I don't need you to tell me whether I can or not. Just tell me I can. That's all he really wanted from Minnie. That's why he texted her. Until now, Kazuya, who couldn't even send a message to Chizuru, has started making phone calls thanks to Umi-kun. When Umi-kun gets involved, Kazuya becomes proactive out of anxiety. The depiction of the ringing sounds here as 9 times, and is estimated to have rung 10 more times. What? No, it didn't. It just rang 9 times. Where did he get that from? It only rang 9 times. He calls 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then Kazuya thinks and worries, and then she answers. It didn't get to 10, it stopped at 9. It did not get to 10, it simply stopped at 9. What I want to pay attention to is the next spread here is the spot where Chizuru has stopped. Interestingly, Mute kind of just says almost everything I said. And I was like, huh. This is the first time we've just said the same stuff. The spread depicts the following. This is not a reflection of the recent trend saying no smartphone use while walking. So the spread depicts the following. This is not a reflection of the recent trend saying no smartphones while walking, but rather when Kazuya called Chizuru, Chizuru instinctively stopped, checked her smartphone, hesitated about whether to answer the call, and then, after hesitating, decided to answer it. I think she didn't hesitate on whether to answer the call. She just hesitated because she just needed a second. She was freaking out, just like he was freaking out. She was always going to answer. Chizuru was always going to answer the phone. She just needed a second. I don't think that's what it was. What is depicted there is the space of stillness. By portraying Chizuru as still, in contrast to Kazuya's impatience, motion, it feels as though Chizuru is calmly and quietly waiting for Kazuya, ready to accept him, right? Everything around her is moving, but she is still. Chizuru is waiting to hear what Kazuya will say. If Kazuya invites Chizuru on a date, what will she say to him in that moment? Will he ask about Umi-kun or the reason why Chizuru kissed him? Whether the flustered Kazuya can be proactive enough to take such steps is the highlight to look forward to in the next installment. If rejected, death is probably about whether Chizuru will reject Kazuya's invitation to the date. But death is quite alarming, isn't it? Does that mean that they're staking so much on July 11th? Right? That I agree with. It feels like there's a little too much expectations. We need to fucking chill, bro. right? We need to fucking relax. Let's take it easy, right? We don't need to put so much stakes on everything that if you fail, it's death, right? That's it, the end of the fucking line. I think that's the struggle, and I think that's what kind of needs to change because we're kind of a little too trapped in that idea. Okay, let me read some of the comments. Reiji is a master, dude. Maison Ikoku, Emma, a victory romance because it's interesting how Japanese mangaka wrote Western story snafu through its light novel, but still not addressing by the name of Kazuya was still hugging Chizuru. Wait, what? Still not addressing by his name Kazuya when he's talking to Chizuru. Well, Kazuya calls her Mizuhara. The fuck you want? They both do it. That's not that argument doesn't really stand to blame either or. Kazuya calls her Mizuhara. She calls him by nothing. I'd like to think Kazuya would still call Chizuru even if Minnie didn't respond because of his extreme panic. Well, that was the point. That was the point. The whole thing with Minnie is that it's so small. I missed this. Right? I completely missed this. That I didn't even see this. It just flew by me. I didn't even process that. And I think that's super important. That like you're not supposed to notice this. Right? I thought he was just like getting ready to call Chizuru or some shit. I didn't realize he was texting Minnie, and that's how small it's meant to feel. That all Minnie needed to do was just say yes. That's it. Kazuya was going to do it regardless, right? Kazuya was already set on his path. He was going to do it regardless. Minnie was just the yes man or the yes woman. And I'm talking about Umi on that. Well, that's the thing. When Umi speaks to Kazuya, he refers to him by his name. When he talks to Chizuru, he never refers to Kazuya by his name. He always calls him him, literally like how Chizuru calls him. In that sense, is Umi not a reflection of what Chizuru does? Much like how Minnie is merely a reflection of what Kazuya does. Umi merely reflects back at Chizuru what she puts out into the world. And he challenges her. That's the biggest thing that I'm seeing between Umi and Minnie. Umi is an actor, but there's a truth underneath that acting. Minnie is literally a YouTuber through and through. She seems like a very real and genuine person, but she's acting. And much of what Minnie does is only reflecting back at you exactly what you want to see and believe. In contrast, Umi doesn't simply reflect back at you. He takes what you give, and then he gives you something, he gives you a challenge in turn. That's what I'm seeing. The entire interaction in chapter 395, I was talking about how doesn't Umi feel like he's a god? The way he's framed, the way he's presented, he literally mirrors a building. He's literally the same height as a building. He is literally above you. He's literally looking down at you, right? When he looks here, he looks ethereal. He literally looks like a fantasy character. And to me, the more I process this, I'm like, okay, a god, a higher being, a judge. He's being like a judge. And then you look at how he's dressed. And suddenly it starts making sense. Chapter 179, or chapter 177, when Umi's introduced, he's wearing black. When he visits Chizuru's home, he's wearing a suit that's black with a white inside. When he's talking to Chizuru here, what is he wearing? A black clothing with a white inside. Literally like a judge. It's like he's judging. It's literally like he's being a judge, not a suitor. That's why he doesn't blush. Umi never blushes, never reacts, because he doesn't actually want a relationship with Chizuru. He would if he did that. He would have actually put in more of a fucking effort if he actually wanted a relationship with her. Except Umi never does this. However, you're like, okay, so you think to yourself, Umi is shallow. Your immediate reaction to that, yeah, Umi is shallow. He's a pretty boy who just gets everything. He's had everything fucking handed to him, right? That's your immediate reaction. Even I started leaning into this a little bit. Let's flip that a little. Umi can recognize Chizuru has feelings for Kazuya. Umi can tell Chizuru has feelings for Kazuya. If he is that perceptive of emotions, why would he think Chizuru has any feelings for him? If he can tell she feels nothing, why would he think these words would change her mind? You would think to yourself, oh, maybe he's like mommy. But he's never shown himself to be anything like mommy. The only time is during the movie arc. And even in the movie arc, something was weird. There was something that just wasn't adding up. Something about that just wasn't adding up. You could say the closest thing you could compare it to is Kazuya's hopeless love with mommy. The closest comparison you could strike is Kazuya's hopeless love with mommy. That he had these feelings for mommy, but mommy was never really serious about him. So maybe Umi is like an inversion of that, right? Where Umi is meant to parallel Kazuya, but inverted. He was never really serious, right? He's a shallow guy. But even Kazuya points out, well, that would be a pretty terrible fucking personality. But he seems really nice. So what's the deal? The simple truth is, we don't know. The simple truth is, you don't know Umi's character. And reality, to me, what I'm seeing is that there is something else going on here. There is something else going on in this interaction. It's not simply as it appears. And then Umi is, I think, in my opinion, challenging Chizuru. He's not merely giving her what she's putting out into the world like Minnie does. In contrast, he's a challenge. Umi does everything Minnie does not. So Minnie constantly breaks boundaries, constantly gets all up in your business, non-stop, right? Minnie literally gets on top of Kazuya. When Chizuru is not talking to her, she literally jumps into the bath, right? She's all up in her fucking business. Umi, what do we see constantly? Never ever breaks boundaries. In fact, he never even budges. The dude never fucking moves from the spot that he is in. Literally, to the very end, in the same exact pose, in the same exact spot. And there's a seriousness and a sense of judgment to him. And he doesn't even blush, and you're only seeing half his face. You're not seeing the full picture with this character. And that's just the simple truth. He was always respectful, indeed. Yes, he always maintained boundaries. He never crosses them, ever. He never just grabs Chizuru. He never just steals a kiss. He never does any of that crap. Which means there is at least a level of trustworthiness to Umi's character. Add that with the fact that Chizuru tells him things she doesn't even tell Minnie. When Umi asks her, did you and him get closer after that? She says yes. Umi confesses again. She tells him, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Right now, I might be able to fall in love. I'm sure that's where I'm at, and I want to face that person wholeheartedly. She doesn't say any of this stuff to Minnie. It almost feels like there is Chizuru's relationship with Umi is even a little bit closer than Minnie in some aspects. And that immediately counters the stance that Minnie has that Chizuru might have a distrust of men. And yet here's Chizuru telling Umi things she didn't even tell Minnie. So it doesn't make sense. Umi feels like a rental boyfriend paid by someone else, lol. In a sense, he's kind of, in a sense, helping in that way, where he's presenting himself as a suitor, as an almost challenge to Chizuru. He's presenting himself as a suitor, as an almost challenge to Chizuru. And he stays persistent about it until she shuts him down properly. Because guess what? When Umi asked her out, she didn't shut him down properly. She rejected him like 4 times, but she didn't shut him down properly. And I think what Umi's doing is he's trying to see if Chizuru is serious. Right? And there could be more to it, right? But I genuinely think Umi's not a bad guy. Like, the more you dig into it, the more it just doesn't add up. He's pursuing her, but not really. Again, he appears like a suitor, but he feels more like a judge, which doesn't make sense. I'll always have faith in Chizuru and Reiji. I know he'll deliver in the end. I don't care how long this love story will last. If you ask me, I think Minnie is the one with the distrust towards men as a part of her past. She doesn't share if she got burned numerous times and she's self-inserting. Yeah, I think, no. So I think more accurately, it's not a distrust towards men. It's a distrust towards love. I think that's the truth of it. It's a distrust towards love. Right? It can be framed as a distrust of men, but that's not the case. If anything, Minnie's belief of Chizuru having a distrust towards men more so stems from how Chizuru appears like Mami. And Mami does in fact have a distrust towards men. Because she always had a terrible father figure. She had that boyfriend who betrayed her. But then she also has contrasting elements, like her brother, who doesn't seem like a bad person. And she also has Kazuya, who is not a bad person. So you could say Minnie doesn't distrust love, or sorry, Mami doesn't distrust love. You could say Mami does not distrust men, she distrusts love. And true, genuine feelings. Because she goes after Chizuru. She doesn't go after Kazuya. So it's not that Mami distrusts men, she distrusts love. That's the root of it. You know when people say, all men are trash, or all women are trash, it's not actually about men or women. It's about a distrust of people. And you just see a few bad people, or a lot of bad people, and you project that onto an entire gender of people and saying they're all the same. Much like how someone will go on Twitter, see like a few hundred Japanese fans say a particular thing about Rent-A-Girlfriend and say that's all the Japanese people. Every Japanese person must feel like this. It's a generalization. In reality, it actually stems from either a belief you want to believe about someone, or you have your own biases, like a distrust of love that you actually feel, and you feel that in someone else because you're seeing patterns you're familiar with. That's all. It's not about men or women. It's not about gender. It's about a distrust of love. Okay. Let's go to Reddit. Serious discussion. Huh. Verkez is first. How interesting. Verkez is first. Well, before we start, let me grab some water. I'll be right back. I'm a little thirsty. Use the bathroom. I'm back. Okay. The master of the, I swear it's a short paragraph. Wait a minute. No, it's an essay. Oh man, we're cooking Bearcats today, yeah? Oh no, man. So the battle stations, the demon is up on us, fight. Oh, Cyber Demon. Minnie is the Barney Stinson. Kazuya is her version of Ted. Jesus. But Barney sleeps around. Minnie doesn't. Barney sleeps around. Minnie is like the reverse of Barney Stinson. She's like reverse Barney Stinson. Where Barney sleeps around constantly. Minnie is too afraid to have a relationship at all. But she talks like she understands relationship because she sees everybody around her having a relationship. The version of Barney that never experienced love. Well, Barney never did experience love. Right? He did. There is one similarity, a possible similarity. Barney was burned by love. Right? So it's totally possible Minnie got burned by love too. They're both afraid of love. Yes, that's what I was saying. Minnie says that love is like a lonely battle, and she's not fit for that. And I think she's lying to herself. Because you see her do things that theoretically that are alone, and she pulls it off. When I hear the word box, all I can think about is the interview scene from Ted. Laugh my ass off. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Umi could either be friend or foe. We still don't know, but he at least puts things into motion. Let's do a quick analysis this week. Oh my, this isn't quick, bro. Kazuya wonders why Umi might be calling him. He answers the phone. Umi's polite and asks if Kazuya has time to meet up with some time so they can talk. Kazuya is confused and he offers to meet up next Saturday for his part-time job at karaoke. After the call, Kazuya is still confused and he wonders if there's still a law that beautiful people have to be mysterious. It's not clear to him why Umi would want to talk to him. It suddenly dawns on Kazuya that something might have happened between him and Chizuru. After all, Chizuru is the only connection that Kazuya and Umi have. Now Kazuya is worried. It is currently evening and he imagines that Umi and Chizuru must have gone to dinner somewhere. If Kazuya actually trusts Minnie's words, he should have no reason to be concerned. Chizuru kissed him. He was told that he has already decided to date him starting July 11th. That's the thing. I think there's an interesting transition that I want to point out to you. There's an interesting transition in Kazuya's thoughts in the chapter from Minnie to Chizuru. Kazuya freaks and turns to Minnie, who isn't here. Right? He freaks and he turns to Minnie, who isn't here. And then he gets scared and he wants to talk to her. Kazuya says, I don't want to run anymore. I'll have faith in Mizuhara. Part of the reason Kazuya was acting here is he actually disregarded Minnie's words and he wanted to talk to Chizuru herself. And he actually wanted to believe in Chizuru herself. He didn't want Minnie to tell him things anymore. And he uses Minnie the correct way. There's a transition of emotions here, where initially he tries to use what Minnie told him as justification so to not get scared, so he doesn't need to do anything. But the truth is, he is scared, and he does want to do something, and he does want to talk to her. And that's the thing. What this is doing is challenging Kazuya's faith in Chizuru. Him reaching out to her is in part because of fear. But this is about Kazuya trusting Chizuru, not trusting Minnie. This is about Kazuya learning to trust Chizuru herself, to have faith in Chizuru herself, not to have faith in Minnie's words. And this is him, literally, Kazuya doing this is Kazuya literally admitting it. This is Kazuya's actions here is literally essentially admitting he doesn't believe Minnie's words. That's why he did this. He doesn't actually believe Minnie's words. That's why Kazuya did this. Deep down, he knew he was being lied to. Kazuya, deep down, knew he took the blue pill. He knew he's in the Matrix. He knew he was living a lie. Deep down, he is keenly aware of this. And that's why he did this. He chose to talk to Chizuru because he wanted the real thing. He didn't want someone else to tell him what was real and what wasn't, right? He doesn't know, he wants to know. He wants to make something real. And this is essentially Kazuya's fantasy clashing with his reality, right? Literally, this entire chapter is about Kazuya's delusions clashing with his reality. And the reality that he does not want to become, right? The delusions that he does not want to become his reality. This is about Kazuya taking charge of his reality, literally taking that reality back, making it his, instead of letting it be a fantasy, right? And instead of letting that delusion, that fantasy, that nightmare become the reality. He takes it back. He makes it his own, right? This is Kazuya choosing to actually interact with Chizuru, yes, in part because of fear, but in part because he wants control. This is Kazuya actually trying to seize control. Because, guess what? He knew he was living in a fantasy. And that fantasy was suddenly getting scary. Mini-chan is the best wingman. No, she's not. I don't know how to tell you this. No, she's not. Mini is the best wingman in the sense that she gives you what you want to see. That's it. She just gives you what you want. She doesn't actually challenge you and make you get it yourself. She's literally like an AI. Mini is literally like an AI. Yeah, essentially use your Mini correctly, right? Just get Mini to tell you yes, because that's what you needed. You just needed a yes man. Mini is Julius Caesar and Chizuru is Brutus. I don't know who Brutus is, so... Ironically, Umi is the best wingman. Ironic, right? Don't let your dreams be dreams. Just do it! Okay. After the call, Kazuya is still confused, blah, 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 July 11th. But what if Chizuru had decided to do some further research until then? The thought of Umi and his own kiss with Chizuru makes Kazuya mind violate him and thoughts of Chizuru and Umi kissing. He feels like a competition, and he can't help but fear that he might lose that competition to Umi. Maybe Umi just kisses better. Kazuya didn't even return the kiss. Chizuru would have no real comparison anyway. It would be absolute horror if Umi told him to stay away from Chizuru. Kazuya doesn't want to lose to Umi, but he now feels like Umi might make a move while Kazuya is just sitting here. Just imagining the possibility makes Kazuya absolutely unable to further concentrate. He can't just wait for July 11th and hope that Chizuru will choose him then. Even if he is prepared to wait until then, he should at least make some definite plans with Chizuru to go on a date. One of the points is to ask Chizuru out again. He feels pressure to do that as soon as possible, so that Umi won't be ahead of him. This is interesting. Do you know why this is interesting to me? Kazuya wants to make a definitive move because Umi scared him. Well, what did Mini do in chapter 390? Mini asked Chizuru, do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? Interesting. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. And then, in response, Chizuru says July 11th, and she says she won't have a boyfriend until then. Did Mini just seemingly do to Chizuru what Umi did to Kazuya? Is that what happened? Chizuru, in saying, I won't have a boyfriend until then, is maybe telling Kazuya, don't get a girlfriend until then. What Mini, in saying the words here, mirrors exactly what Kazuya just experienced, does it not? It made Chizuru want to act in some way. What Mini did here made Chizuru want to act in some way. In that sense, was Mini the fear that Chizuru needed to act? And was something that was said in chapter 389 when Chizuru got the call also another aspect of fear that Chizuru needed to act on? So in that sense, did Minnie actually help by creating some sort of challenge? I don't think Minnie affected Chizuru as much as Umi affected Kazuya. Well, that's the thing. July 11th didn't exist until Minnie did what she did. Is that not true? July 11th did not exist until Minnie did what she did. So, Minnie must have pushed Chizuru into some particular direction. Or maybe Chizuru used Minnie, right? Maybe Chizuru used Minnie. But there is a sense of worry here, right? You can feel a sense of worry in this entire interaction. Chizuru doesn't move. Chizuru doesn't budge. But there is a sense of... Minnie clearly put a sense of concern. First, you see it in Chizuru's eyes not being visible, and then Chizuru grabbing her hand like this, right? That this is concern. Like when you hold yourself like this, look at how she's holding this. She's holding it like this, right? There's a sense of concern, like she needs to hold herself, right? She's about to do something. Chizuru doesn't move, and she just keeps talking calmly. But when you see her, she's concerned. There's a slight blush drop. She's in shadow. She's hiding something. Right? Chizuru is hiding something. She is literally like the moon, and the sun is reflecting back at her. She's literally like an eclipse. Literally, the light is behind Chizuru. She's literally like an eclipse. Which means there's something she's hiding. Right? Minnie pushed her into a particular direction. Chizuru decided she needed to make a choice. Right? And this choice came as a byproduct of some pressure and anxiety. What this choice is seems like Chizuru is committing to something. Right? Much like how Kazuya is committing to something. Now, Umi didn't try to push Kazuya into anything. Right? Kazuya simply reacted that he might lose Chizuru, and it scared him and he wanted to act. In contrast, Minnie is trying to push Chizuru into something, but what does Chizuru do? She does something opposite of what Minnie said. What does Chizuru do? She does the opposite of what Minnie said. She says, I won't have a boyfriend. I'm going to do this play instead of what you tell me. But she adds this part in the very end. I'm not going to have a boyfriend until then. Chizuru is being defiant. But Chizuru goes to do something after, which is deal with Umi. Chizuru is sticking to her path, which ultimately brings Kazuya back to her. But there is a similarity in that Minnie tries to push Chizuru. Umi doesn't try to push, but it makes Kazuya move. When Minnie tries to push Kazuya, it doesn't work. He resists. When Minnie tries to push Chizuru also seemingly resists. But did Chizuru also feel a sense of urgency to move? Right? You don't quite know what happened here, but there's a similarity of losing that person. Right? There's a similarity of losing that person. Maybe Chizuru has faith she won't lose him. Maybe Chizuru has faith she won't lose him and she wants to face him wholeheartedly. But she says she wants to face him wholeheartedly, but Kazuya isn't facing her. Right? I think that's kind of interesting. We literally kind of don't know the details, but I just wanted to make that comparison. That there is a similarity in losing that person. Right? Maybe Chizuru believes nobody could snatch him away, but I kind of doubt it. Right? No, she probably has that same similar fear. Like, who are we kidding? Kazuya doesn't want to lose to Umi, but he feels like Umi might make a move while Kazuya's waiting, blah, blah, blah. He just can't wait for July 11th and hope that Chizuru will choose him then. Even if he is prepared to wait until then, he should at least make some definitive plans. He tells himself that this is why he needs to contact Chizuru. It quickly flashes through his mind that this is rather awkward because he would be the first conversation since the kiss. He doesn't know how to approach Chizuru. It's still the same problem as before. But now the pressure to actually do something is there. He doesn't have time to care. He just quickly asks Minnie what she thinks of him asking Chizuru out, and as loyal as she is, she tells him that it'll work out. But before he made any plans of what to do, or what to say, or even how to talk to Chizuru to overcome this awkwardness, he has already pressed the button to call her. He won't let anyone take Chizuru from him. This was the teaser. He could have sent a text, but he would have needed to be prepared for an excruciating long wait for an answer. He can't bear that. He needed something, anything, right now. Even waiting for her to pick up feels long. The phone keeps ringing. Kazuya fears she might just ignore it, or she might have blocked him, but he keeps hanging on. The phone rings 9 times before Chizuru answers, but she does. She is on her way back, and she must also be nervous now. Kazuya had not contacted her since the kiss, and she doesn't know what to expect, but she knows she has to face this. What next? The teaser for next time is, if I'm turned down, it would be death. I suspect this will be Kazuya's thoughts. Despite what Minnie told him, he is not convinced at all that he has won. The call might be a good thing. Kazuya doesn't have to keep up appearances as much as in person, but it is much more direct than a text. He also won't be able to just run away with an excuse since he has the one who called Chizuru, but he might not be able to just ask her out for fear that he might be turned down. And while it might just be avoidance strategy, this might make Kazuya talk about anything else with Chizuru. This would be perfect. He doesn't need to invite her out on a date. This is the wrong approach. He just needs to talk to her. The longer, the better. If he wants to assess his chances, he might just want to take a few personal questions even. It would be great if his avoidance led him to actually having a meaningful conversation with Chizuru. Nothing should be off the table. I shouldn't expect too much, probably. I'm extremely happy that they didn't go no contact for 1.5 months. Even if this particular conversation doesn't result in anything, it sends a signal to Chizuru that it's okay to talk. I agree. I said the same exact thing. They are officially no longer ghosting each other. It only took 3 days instead of 3 months. Yay for Umi. Was it 3 days? Let's count it. Let's count it. I don't think it was 3 days. I think it was 4. Kazuya left in chapter 386. The day ended in 387. This is another day right here. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow, it was 3 days. Oh, wow, it was 3 days. Kazuya left in 386. 387 ended. This is day 1. Day 1 ends on 390. 391, 392 are still the same day. 393 is another day. So this is the 3rd day. 393 is the 3rd day. 394. Oh no, it might be 4 days. Yeah, 394 might be, so it might be 4 days. Oh, wait. No, I'm mixing up stuff. 392? No, I clicked 394. 393. Okay. Kazuya wakes up. No, it's still the same day. Okay, it's still the same day. It doesn't hit night. It was literally 3 days. It was literally 3 days instead of 3 months. Wow. It was actually 3 days instead of 3 months. That's awesome. That's actually great. It was 3 days instead of 3 months. Countdown. It's probably still May 21st. Let me guess. This is roughly blah, blah, blah. Okay. It was May 17th, was Tuesday, according to this. Kazuya moved out on the 18th, day 1 after the move, 19th. Minnie and Kazuya drinking. No. This is not accurate. No, this is not accurate. It was the same day. No. No. This is not accurate. I yelled fucking finally at my table so loud that I woke up our deaf cat. Jesus. Yeah, Umi calling is weird. First time I've been in touch since the barbecue and straight to a call, not text. Meeting the person will be weird too, but it's likely Kazuya will be more prepared for the conversation when it happens in the future than he is now. It's so weird it takes Kazuya a minute to realize the obvious. The only thing he has in common with Umi is Chizuru. While I think Kazuya should have significantly less doubts than he does, I think his fears are going to be there until he gets a clear I love you from Chizuru. His fears mimicking the panic from the readers when Umi was teased is really funny. Reiji has to be having a ball writing this. But wait, Minnie had him so confident. Was Minnie wrong? What does July 11th even mean? What if it's over and Chizuru and Umi have already made plans, right? It's because Kazuya deep down never believed Minnie. It's because Kazuya deep down never believed Minnie. He just wanted to. He took the blue pill and he was happy, but he knew it was nonsense. He knew what she was saying was total fucking bullshit. Kazuya remembers the kiss, reminds himself to trust Chizuru, and texts Minnie for support. I've been highly critical of Minnie and Kazuya's reliance on her in the past, but this is the level of which your bestie should be involved. Just a little push he needs to hit the dial button. He knows what he wants, he suspects Chizuru wants it too. And the wait. It's bad that he's acting out of fear, yes, but more importantly, it's good that he is acting. Personally, I think he should have called her as soon as the move was over, but better late than never. While he might fuck this up, but stumbling over his words and not expressing himself clearly, I think Chizuru more than meets him halfway. She wants this. Hell, she told him straight up on the date. She wants to spend as much time together as possible and wants to be in contact, phone, text every day. The fact that, in my opinion at least, Chizuru seems to have locked in could easily accelerate things. My romantic explanation for the kiss is that it was Chizuru's answering yes to every question that Kazuya has been afraid to ask. Whatever he asks, no matter how terrified and sure he is, she's going to say no. I think it's going to be a surprise him. No, you actually got an explanation for the kiss. You literally got an explanation for the kiss. She tells it to Umi. You got an explanation for the kiss. Umi asks her, did you get closer after that? The kiss is yes, we got closer. Chizuru then says, I'm not the person you think I am. Right now, I might be able to fall in love. So she doesn't say, she's not an I love you. Chizuru feels like she can explore her love. The kiss was the opening gateway. That's what it was. It was Chizuru facing Kazuya wholeheartedly. Right? Chizuru feels like she could fall in love. She's sure she's at that point of feeling love. That's what the kiss is. It's opening the floodgates. It is the green light. It is the thing to do what you want to do. It is not simply, I love you. Or have a massive moment now. They deserve it. Too much hope, I guess. My only fear is that the only thing that happens is setting up a real date number 2 as another high stakes, all or nothing play. Ideally, they take the time running up to 7-Eleven to ease things. They are both really busy and don't have a ton of time for each other. They should stay in contact and support each other in small ways. When 7-Eleven arrives and Chizuru gets a massive amount of her time back, it's to release the pressure, not the deadline. I think... I don't know. Blah, blah. Umi puts insecurities in Kazuya's mind. I was hoping for the talk between them being on the phone, setting up the talk to Kazuya workplace. It was weird at first, but I suppose it's Umi having a mind to act out how a great guy for Chizuru he is. No. Okay, so we're not going to talk about that. The funny parts. Some of the things with Kazuya delusions are very funny, like beautiful people keeping secrets from ugly, or Chizuru paying back the money Kazuya spent on the rental date, blah, 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 blah. Fishgun is here, an intelligent being in the room here. Did he meet with Mizuhara somewhere that I'm unaware of? Of course they did. Mysterious thing. Who's the woman Kazuya hears in the background? Nakano-kun, I was wondering. I suppose it's Shiori. Maybe no, it's not Shiori. You see she has black hair. She doesn't also seem to be important to the plot right now, but it could also be what Umi's breaking out in tears. No. Next chapter, the phone call with Chizuru will be interesting. Here comes the magical crystal ball. What I would imagine in that chapter is that Chizuru says that Kazuya still shall receive Umi at the karaoke bar, remain calm and see what he's got to tell, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. No, this makes sense. If the phone screen is still broken, stupid mistake in the last chapter, in my opinion. Okay, whatever. Wait, haven't been paid off? Miho's disdain for Chizuru, Mami's arranged marriage, the upcoming date with Ruka, Kazuya's birthday, Kazuya will do anything you want. Birthday ticket for Chizuru. Kazuya's moving day. Chizuru went back to the bank. Chizuru's manager's name, Amata-san. The engagement ring. Chizuru's parents. What about her parents? What's there to resolve? Chizuru's Valentine's gift for Kazuya. Condom in Kazuya's wallet. Kazuya's goals. Chizuru's play. Mommy's looking into getting a driver's license. Minnie, what a homie, right? She answers his text like in some second. As you can see, she's as excited as him. After that, I have a theory that they're not going to just talk. They're going to meet, and who knows, another kid. Nah. So, okay, here's my theory. Here's my theory on the upcoming chapters. I think, similar to Verkez, I think that Kazuya calling Chizuru in some ways opens the floodgates, because what it does is it tells Chizuru she can do the same, right? Kazuya calling her is saying, you can call me too, because he did that. I think there might be some unpredictable things in the next chapter. They may talk a little bit. Kazuya may ask her on a date. We don't know what Chizuru's thinking. Chizuru's not going to say no. She's going to want to face him, so she will probably agree to some sort of date. Chizuru might call, though. I think this is an important step because I don't think Kazuya is going to deviate from his path yet. He's already set up this path. He's not going to deviate from it. He's still going to want to get a job. He's still going to want to get his driver's license. These are things he still wants to do. But now Kazuya is hesitating about this path. And he's taking step 1 into contacting Chizuru. This step 1 could set up for step 2, 3, and 4 for them to keep in contact, right? So now he has a definitive thing, but he can keep in contact with her, right? He can remember that Chizuru said she wanted to keep talking. Chizuru might call him or text him now that he called and texted her. He broke the silence. Last time, Kazuya couldn't break the silence. Minnie had to, right? And then Minnie went to talk to Chizuru, and then Chizuru agreed to meet him. Now Kazuya broke the silence himself. Kazuya took his own first step to break the silence. He's not repeating the 3 months. He needed a bit of a challenge. He needed to get a little scared so he can do the thing he wanted to do. Good. But I think while next chapter will give us something nice in them maybe agreeing on a date, there's clearly a sense of stakes. The stakes being that, oh no, this is such a big fucking deal. If I get rejected, I die, right? Then that means those stakes are going to remain. That issue of the improper foundation will remain. But underneath it, they might start forming a proper foundation. So what I think Reiji is doing is he's forming a contrast. You have on one hand, Kazuya doubling, tripling down on this path that's stupid, that he needs to get a job, he needs to get his license, he needs to get ripped, he needs to do all these things, right? Because he's still technically following it in asking Chizuru out on a date. He's still technically following it. So that path is going to stay. In contrast, now he's going to be reconnecting to Chizuru. And their bond is going to start working again. The wheels are going to start turning again. So he's going to have something real and something fiction. And that fiction and reality is going to start clashing. And I think that's what Reiji is seemingly setting up, right? Kazuya is going to start becoming more and more fictional in his life in contrast to the real thing that he's having with Chizuru. And eventually the reality will catch up to him. Just like Chizuru's actions ultimately resulted in Umi, the reality, catching up to Kazuya. The fear that he's been burying deep down and lying to himself about, catching up to him. And now it's very fucking real again. So Kazuya is going to do something next chapter. He's going to feel a bit of comfort, a bit of reward. He's going to be okay. And you know, maybe he'll cry a little bit because he did something good and he succeeded and it worked out. Right? They might talk a little bit. I kind of agree. There's a chance they might talk a little bit. Right? Kazuya might ask, are you busy? Right? Every person Kazuya has talked to has asked him, are you busy? Can you talk right now? Right? So it'd be interesting if Kazuya's like, can you talk right now? are you busy? And then he checks, he literally would mirror Umi, right? I think what Kazuya might do is mirror Umi, except he would say, I want to set up a date. I want to ask you out on another date, right? Unlike Umi, he doesn't say it casually, he says it seriously. But he checks just like he checks with Chizuru. There could be a similarity to chapter 315 and 16, where when Kazuya is asking Chizuru on a date, he fucking panics, right? He gets scared, but maybe Chizuru does something and it makes him power through the fear. And he gets over it. This is Kazuya's essentially big step 1 / big step 2. Step 1 was the date. Step 2, or his new step 1, is interacting with Chizuru outside of any barriers. Right? There's no other reason. Like, literally, their relationship is kind of in a constant flux of motion and pause. And now literally Chizuru's contrasting that. Chizuru is the stillness to Kazuya's motion. Right? Kazuya is in light while it's night out. He is in a confined space. Chizuru is outside, not confined in the light of the night. Right? She is the night to his light. Right? She is the night to his day. They are yin and yang. Right? Everything about the images are reversed. Right? When Kazuya talks to Umi, what do you notice? Kazuya keeps the phone like this. There's a lack of familiarity. Umi is constantly shown far away. You never see him. You never see him up close. You never see any of his facial expressions, right? Kazuya holds the phone like this. There's a sense of distance to how he speaks to Umi. Now notice how he speaks to Chizuru. Right next to his face. It's literally touching his face. And what happens when he turns to Chizuru? Zooms the fuck in. The image zooms the hell in, right? Because literally you feel that intimacy. You feel how raw and intimate this talk is, even though it's over the phone. This shit got real all of a sudden, right? The moment Chizuru answered, everything stopped. Shit got real. And then the phone, and then the panels, super in your face, right? Chizuru is on the opposite end. You're seeing Chizuru from this end, right? You're seeing Kazuya from this end. You see Kazuya's phone case. You know his intent. You know how he feels, right? You can see Kazuya, but his background is black, right? In contrast, Chizuru is visible, but she's in shadow. Like you don't actually truly see her, right? You think you see Kazuya. Maybe you don't. In contrast, Chizuru is in shadow, but she is visible. So you do kind of see her, and the light is behind her. So they're literally yin and yang, right? They are literally completing each other. Chizuru is facing down and in shadow. Chizuru seems passive. There's a passivity to Chizuru, matching the stillness that you are shown in this image. She's passive, right? Her eyebrows are lifted. She's waiting, right? She's literally waiting, seeing what he's going to do. And she will work with that. Kazuya, in contrast, is active. Kazuya's eyebrows are tilted down. He seems serious. He looks like he's going to do something, right? You feel a sense of motion from Kazuya. You feel a sense of stillness from Chizuru. They contrast each other, literally yin and yang. Chizuru is not only passive, but she's also determined and yet hopeful and yet anxious, right? There's a layer to her emotions, right? She's feeling a lot and she doesn't know how she's supposed to feel, much like how you don't know how you're supposed to feel. The lack of a concrete expression to her face is exactly how you feel. You don't know what the outcome is. So naturally, she is the same way. She doesn't know. She doesn't know what the fuck Kazuya just called. She doesn't know how it's going to turn out. She doesn't even know how she's going to respond. Right? She's going to face him. She said she would face him, so she answered the phone. But she has no idea how it's going to turn out. She has to have, this is about faith, right? Kazuya says, I have to have faith in Mizuhara. What he doesn't realize is this is her also having faith in him. because she has no idea what the fuck he wants. And she's scared. She's utterly fucking like shitless scared. But she's gonna face him. If he calls, she will fucking answer. Right? She will toss, literally, the entire world around her froze. And she answered the phone. Literally like how in the movie arc, she said she would toss everything aside for her dream. Right? In the movie arc, she literally said she would toss everything aside for her dream. What happened here? Kazuya calls, everything stops. Tosses everything to the side for him. Does this seem like someone who's putting career over Kazuya? No. Right? She's balancing it. Yin and yang is the ultimate balance element here, right? It's all about balance, right? If he calls, she will answer. But you don't know. The ending leaves you completely anxious. You have Kazuya determined and Chizuru waiting to see what he wants and ready to work with it, ready to face him. And that's the end of the chapter. You don't know. But again, what Kazuya did do is he created a new opportunity to talk more in the future. And that would be an interesting thing that I think Reiji would set up for them to keep in contact. Why? Why would this work? Why would this work? Well, after they meet up, so how do Kazuya and Chizuru meet up in the 3-month time skip? Right? How do they meet up in the 3-month time skip? They meet up with Chizuru agreeing to a rental date. They yet again meet up through their phones. There's a similarity. They yet again meet up through their phones. Except they meet up through a facade. Right? They meet up under the guise of a facade. That they'll meet with this basis that, hey, the facade is how we're going to make this work, right? We need the facade to make this work. In contrast, Kazuya calls her here. This already sets up that how they're going to interact is going to be so much more than it was before. And we have some basis for this. So after the rental date, there's no rental date this time, right? What happens here? Or what happens here? Chizuru accepts a rental date. This is how they meet up after the 3-month time skip, right? Chizuru accepts a rental date. So now Chizuru might accept a real date. Okay? Right? Chizuru might accept a real date, and then Kazuya prepares for the real date. Right? Kazuya prepares for the real date, and then they meet. Right? It's setting up for this to be similar to that. But is it gonna be? Right? Because Kazuya has to ask her over the phone now. Right? It's not the same anymore. Kazuya has to ask her over the phone now on a real date, not a rental date. Right? There's no walls. Suddenly, this is very fucking intimate. There's no walls. Right? And what's Kazuya gonna do? Kazuya's probably gonna fish a little bit. He's going to be like, okay, are you available? Can you do this? Can you do that? And it's going to see what happens. Is Chizuru going to reject a date? Or is Chizuru going to agree to a date? You don't know, right? She accepted a rental date before, right? But that was because Minnie told her, like, she need to face him through the rental thing, right? Chizuru now wants to face him as herself. So she would agree to a real date if Kazuya asked. Kazuya might ask Chizuru for the date in person, maybe a meetup. Well, he can't meet her up here, right? So he might make a date to meet up, right? He would ask her, could we meet up at a certain point, right? So he might make plans to meet up just like Umi made plans to meet up. That could be possible, right? Could we meet up? And that would be interesting. Now, notice what happens after the 3 months, right? After the 3 months, they have that date, right? Now it's setting up for a later date, right? After the date, Chizuru goes to Kazuya's home, right? We have that entire thing where they make the promise. It'd be interesting if Chizuru makes a promise this time. And then what happens? One of my favorite chapters. One of my favorite chapters. When they text all day and Chizuru falls asleep. It'd be cool if they have calls and texts like this in the future. Reiji's seemingly setting it up. Right? Reiji's seemingly setting it up. So, I could see them meeting up. Kazuya might invite Chizuru to his home. True, that's also quite possible because what happened, right after the date, Chizuru shows up to Kazuya's place. Right after the date, Chizuru shows up to Kazuya's place. So that's totally possible. Maybe this time Kazuya invites her. But first, he's going to have to set up the date. Kazuya's plan is to set up the date. He wants something definitive. So maybe he'll try to wibble wobble around that. Right? Late night movie? I think he'll freak out and ask her about the play. Totally possible. Right? I think what Kazuya might do is try to check her schedule. What Kazuya might do is try to check her schedule, her availability. Why? Because he did something really similar before. We can use chapter 315 as a basis for this. Chizuru comes home. Chizuru tells him about everything. What did you want to talk about? Yeah, right. Mizuhara, do you have any plans for next weekend? Right? Does this seem familiar? She says she's busy. Is this something urgent? Right? Kazuya freaks, and he gives up, and she says good night, and then he toughens up. He shows up, he talks to her, he says what he wants to do. Would this be similar? Or would Chizuru just, again, let him lead? Right? So there is a basis for what we have. There is a basis. However, there's a slight difference between that asking out and this asking out. He's on the phone. He's on the phone. Because he's on the phone, when she says goodnight, she's going to hang up. So he has to do this before she hangs up. Kazuya literally has a time limit on this call. He has to do this, or she hangs up. And he's gonna be afraid to call her again. Right? But then he's gonna have the fear that she might reject this in the background. Right? So you have two things happening at once. Unlike with the first date, he could take that situation back. Here, he has to control this situation. Or she's gonna hang up, and he's not gonna get what he wants. Right? So Kazuya is gonna have to do something. He's gonna probably check if she has plans. Right? When are you available to meet? Are you the play makes some sense, right? The play makes some sense. Is like, hey, when does your play end? When can I meet you? Something like that. Well, do you have plans for this particular point? Something like that. So I think that makes some sense. As cliche as it is, he does a drive-in date in the movie that watches the one that made together. Kazuya can't really describe how he falls into words, but the movie can explain all he wants to say. I don't know if... Does Japan have drive-in theaters? Let's hope it's... Well, his fear of rejection is going to be there and is going to feel more real in the next chapter. It's going to feel hella fucking real in the next chapter. Because guess what? The moment she answered the phone, it got fucking real all of a sudden. Right? And you're going to have a few pages of Kazuya worrying and freaking the fuck out. Right? And he's the one who's going to have to talk. Right? He put himself in the leading position. Right? Kazuya literally put himself in the leading position. He needs to talk. He's the one in control. What are you going to do with that control? It's all on you. No one else is going to move except for you. Right? You have to move. Right? So, Kazuya chose to make a choice here. How is he going to act on that? He's going to be afraid. He's going to overthink. But he's going to have to make some sort of choice. Now, I do think, like I said this earlier, I do think while this will make a good change, the bad change will still exist. The bad change that Kazuya thinks he needs to become a worthy man of Chizuru's is still going to be there. That's not going to go away. If you think that's going to get resolved in a single chapter, you're a fool. And I think it's going to hit a breaking point. I think it's going to hit a bad point where Kazuya maybe changes too much. And I think that's what Reiji's seemingly setting up. That Kazuya is going to change too much, but because Kazuya is keeping in contact with Chizuru, and they're talking, Chizuru might become a little aware of this change and what Kazuya is doing. And she's going to start getting clues of what the fuck he's doing and why he's acting like this, because she doesn't know he's trying to become a worthy man. She doesn't know that. She has absolutely no... He doesn't tell her shit. Kazuya doesn't tell Chizuru anything, right? So Chizuru has no idea, but she might start getting clues, right? And I think it would be interesting if Chizuru says, I want to keep talking, right? Because Chizuru says she wants to face him wholeheartedly. Well, if Chizuru wants to face him wholeheartedly, she would tell him she wants to keep talking, right? She'd like to talk more in the future. That would be big. That would be a big step for her, because she said before she wanted to. So it would be big for her if she says that. She doesn't just simply follow his lead, she also takes an action herself, right? Kazuya is going to do something, but I also want Chizuru to also do something. And I think that something would be to keep in contact, right? I think Chizuru would want to keep in contact. And that would create a contrasting element for Kazuya to think about that for a second, right? Because if I'm rejected, its death usually aligns with both characters, right? Kazuya's fear of Chizuru being taken away from him in this chapter isn't so different from Chizuru's fear that Ruka or Mommy or someone else would take him away. That's not different. So Kazuya's feelings here aren't too different from Chizuru's. Just at 393, Kazuya's delusions of desire aren't so different from Chizuru's, right? Chizuru was clearly, is it 393? Did I pick the wrong one? I think that was 3. What the fuck? I clicked 93 and opened the wrong one again. So this. What's interesting about this is what Kazuya should have done. This is what Kazuya should have done. Chizuru was clearly waiting for him. Obviously so. She was clearly waiting for him. And he didn't show up. Then Kazuya has a dream of Chizuru showing up and kissing him and saying, I love you. Isn't this literally what he was supposed to do? So everything Kazuya feels, flip it onto Chizuru, because she is the yin to his yang, or the yang to his yin. She just flip them. Literally, I was explaining it earlier. She is the shadow to his light. So everything he feels is flipped onto Chizuru. So Chizuru probably also wanted him to show up. So Kazuya's fear here of her being taken away is no different from Chizuru's own fear that Kazuya may be taken away. Even though she wants to believe like him, she also gets scared, right? But she's willing to face that rejection, right? She already self-rejected in the date. She already self-rejected in the date. She's willing to face that rejection now. So if the teaser for next time is, if I'm rejected, if my suggestion, so rejection for the next chapter is about a suggestion, not about a rejection like a date, or not. No, sorry, not like a rejection for love, right? So the rejection that happens in 380 is not spelled the same way as rejection is spelled in the teaser. That rejection that's in the teaser isn't just about being turned down, it's about a suggestion being rejected. If it's rejection, it's death. You have Kazuya on one hand, probably afraid that if he's rejected, if the date he says is rejected, then it's death, it's over, right? Umi won. On the other, what if Chizuru also suggests something? What if Chizuru also suggests something? And that suggestion has the same exact sense of fear for her. If I'm rejected, Umi and Johan will win. Well, I don't know how to tell you. Umi was never even in the running. Umi was never in the running. So I don't know how he's going to win. But what I'm explaining is that Chizuru probably might also want something. And that something is to keep in contact. Because she probably wants to know what Kazuya is doing. Right? She doesn't like that she doesn't know what he's doing. But she trusted he would contact her. And he did. Okay. Kazuya contacted Chizuru as a byproduct of her own actions. That she dealt with Umi. So Kazuya eventually contacted her as a byproduct of that. Her actions, her patience, and her perseverance rewarded her. Okay? Now let's come back to that. Chizuru probably also saw that she took a meaningful action with Umi, and she was rewarded for that action. She got the result that she wanted. She turned Umi down, she said no, and she walked out, and she's like, I did what I needed to. If Chizuru could face Umi, and say she wants to face Kazuya wholeheartedly, Chizuru wants something from Kazuya too. So she will also ask once Kazuya asks. She will agree to what he says, and she too will ask something. That's my big theory. Chizuru is also going to ask something, and it's probably to keep in contact. She probably also wants to keep in contact. And that would be perfect for her. Chizuru needs some little wins. Chizuru needs a fucking little win. Girl needs it. Girl needs a little win. And so Chizuru taking a bit of a push, asking for something, she needs that win. This is the basis for the new foundation. Asking for what you want. What is Kazuya doing? Asking for what he wants. What did Chizuru do with Umi? She took control of the situation and got what she wanted. What is Chizuru going to have to do with Kazuya here? Push and get what she wants. Take a leap. Take a leap of faith. Do what you want. Just like the kiss. The kiss was Chizuru trying. The kiss was Chizuru opening the gates and trying. So next chapter, I bet Chizuru's going to try something. And she's going to want to, maybe she's want to guess his address. Maybe she's going to want to have him text some more. Right? I think texting is the biggest thing. You think Kazuya will change too much, start dressing like Umi, lol? No. Not like that. Not like that. I think Kazuya is going to triple down on the job thing. Kazuya's going to triple down on the job, on the on the driver's license thing, and on working out. Maybe he might toss working out to the side. He might not give a shit about that, because the other two are a little harder, right? The other two are a little harder. I could see Kazuya trying to work out, right? But I think he's going to focus on his list, because guess what? He's going to accomplish something here, right? And he's like, if I can accomplish this, I can accomplish the others. So he's going to triple down on the others, and he's going to get nuts. See what I mean? So he's going to try even harder with those other things, and those other things require some changes from you. Those other things require you to change a little more. But if Chizuru maintains contact, she'll start seeing this change. She'll start knowing about this stuff because she knows what he's doing. Chizuru wants to know what he's doing and what he's thinking. Right? So I think Chizuru is going to take some sort of leap herself. Kazuya here is taking a leap. Chizuru in answering the phone is also taking a leap, but she's going to take another one. I don't think the conversation will simply end with what Kazuya wants. I don't think so. I think Chizuru will act on what she wants too. It's not going to just simply end on what Kazuya wants. Chizuru is taking her autonomy back. A huge element of the story right now is autonomy. Literally controlling yourself, controlling what you want, taking charge of your feelings and your emotions. Making sure the actions you are using, making sure the actions that you are taking are yours and nobody else's. You are making this choice. No one else is making it for you. That is central to the current theme, right? Kazuya was conditioned by many. He let many condition him. But what did he do here? This is his choice, right? He doesn't believe Minnie's bullshit for 2 fucking seconds. He takes a leap of faith. He tosses everything to the side, right? I don't know if she made plans. This is going to be awkward. How are we going to talk? How are we going to do? No, toss it all to the fucking side. Go crazy, dude. You want something? Fucking grab it, right? You want something? Fucking toss everything else to the side and grab it, right? And that's what he does. It's literally like the movie arc. This is Kazuya chasing his dream. The movie arc is about Chizuru tossing everything else to the side for her dream. This is Kazuya's dream. This is what he wants. He has to toss everything else to the fucking side and go for it. The cohabitation, what's brilliant about the cohabitation is that when you first read the cohabitation, it gives you the illusion that it's Kazuya's movie arc, that it's about his dream. And it is. But Kazuya isn't chasing it. He's just waiting. What is Kazuya doing now? He's chasing his dream. But he has to make sure it's what he actually wants. He's not just chasing it for other people. He is chasing it for himself. And Kazuya working this hard on his dream was going to fuel Chizuru to work hard on her feelings too. Right? Them working hard for each other and for themselves. In the movie arc is Kazuya working hard for Chizuru, for her dream. He believed in her dream and he wanted that dream to be rewarded. Chizuru is now working hard for Kazuya's dream. She wants his dream to be rewarded. But Kazuya has to also put in an effort for his fucking dream. Right? He has to actually try for his fucking dream. If he wants to be with her, if he wants this life, he has to fucking try. And he's not trying, and now he has to. I wonder if she'll be interrupted by another person and Kazuya jumps to conclusions. That's just my silly guess. Doubt it. No, the world literally stopped. What is Kazuya's dream? Well, that's actually a good question. What is Kazuya's dream besides being with Chizuru? Right? The thing about dreams is that they are something you desire. They are a goal. And your goal can be a lot of things. Your goal can be to be with someone, right? On surface level, Kazuya's dream is just to have a girlfriend. In reality, Kazuya's dream, for the most part, is to have autonomy and agency over his life, but more particularly, is to be with someone who loves and sees him for who he is. That's Kazuya's dream, to be with someone who loves and sees him for who he is. To feel like he is in someone's life and he matters. And Chizuru is in many ways that dream. Chizuru in many ways is that dream. She is what he desires most in the world. Right? And once Kazuya is with Chizuru, there's that question of what do you want? Right? You've kind of fulfilled that dream. What do you want? Chizuru is Kazuya's movie. In a sense. Chizuru is Kazuya's movie. And the question that's being raised right now is like, okay, but she isn't like the movie. It's similar. You both have to work on it. It's not just one or the other. But after that, what does Kazuya want from his life? Right? That's Kazuya's dream is to be with Chizuru, right? Much like Chizuru's dream is to make the movie for her loved ones, right? But they both need new dreams. Kazuya needs to reach his dream, but they also need new dreams. Kazuya calling Chizuru is him not letting his dream be dreams. Exactly. Exactly. He's not letting the dream be a fantasy. You wanting to be with someone is not a fake dream. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There are many people who are just happy to be with another person. That's all they want, and they're okay with it. But once you reach that, you start asking yourself, what do you actually want out of life? Much like Chizuru right now, her dream of making the movie is over. A part of it is dead. She still wants to act, but a part of it is dead. So, what does she want from that dream? Right? Kazuya is in a similar position. Kazuya is in a very similar position to Chizuru. He's going to reach this dream in a bit. He's making that dream a reality. He's working on that dream. But once that dream is fulfilled, and you know, he's going to be living in the dream, what then? Right? Is there nothing else you want from life? Is there nothing else you want to explore, experience? Is there nothing you want to achieve and reach for? That's kind of where Kazuya is right now. Chizuru is his dream. And he has to make that dream a reality for himself. He can't let it be a dream. He'll take some scuba classes. Not like that. Like, as in, what kind of career do you want? What do you want to do? Do you want to become like Gude in Maison Ikoku? Do you want to become a teacher? Are you doing that for yourself? Do you want to become a marine biologist? Like fucking Jotaro. Right? He loves marine life. Does he want to take over the store? Does he want to take care of kids? What does Kazuya want? Right? Kazuya is so focused on his love life that after that, what then? And so now that is clashing with that element of his future. He's seemingly chasing this dream, basically transforming his future for the dream. But he has to want the future for himself, not just the dream, you know? So basically, this is Kazuya not letting his dream be a dream. He's chasing it. And my theory for next time is that, you know, I think Chizuru will answer. Oh yeah, so someone pointed out something interesting. They said that Chizuru's hair here doesn't flow naturally into this, and I kind of see it and I kind of don't. On one hand, it's like the hair is flowing, so it feels like natural, but on the other, it feels like it's randomly cutting off here. So and like this piece right here feels like it's like in the random place. You guys see it, right? Like there should be like something here, but there also isn't. I can't tell if this is like a mistake or if it's just the way her hair's flowing. Right? It feels like it's. I can't tell if it's a mistake or if it's just the way her hair is flowing. Because you could theoretically say because she's twirling, no hair curves that sharply. Yeah, it's a little too sharp. It's just appearing from her forearm. Yeah. But the way she's moving feels like it might not be. Right? Maybe he just needs to adjust this a little bit to turn a little more upward. Right? He might need to just adjust this a little bit to turn a little more upward so it looks more natural. Artistically, it could just be the bounce of her hair or perspective. That's what I thought. That's literally what I thought. It could just be the way the hair is moving because she's literally creating motion, right? The whole image. So I kind of came up for a good theory with this cover and the intent of it. So first off, it's summer, right? First off, it's summer, which I think is important because summer seems to be the big overarching theme right now. Literally getting into the summer of this. Right? Their characters are literally transitioning from spring into summer. So summer is a reoccurring motif that you'll notice constantly. And it always comes up with Umi, right? So, not the boyfriend, the goals, that's the wrong one. So, first time we reference summer is 382. Right? This is when we first referenced summer. This is when the anime aired. The next time we reference summer is, I believe, here, where it says June is almost here. Then it says the innocent drive towards you. We have this, which isn't really summer based. $390, $389. $392, right? $392, summer base cover. Okay? She texts me at the very end. Right? The very end of that chapter, she texts Umi. So the one chapter with the summer base cover chose Umi. When Chizuru goes to meet Umi, not a summer cover. No summer cover here. In fact, it's a maid cover, because it's actually about Chizuru's feelings, which are conveyed through being the maid, right? It's literally the maid outfit maturing, becoming more adult, and yet there's an innocence to it. Literally, like Chizuru's feelings have matured, right? Her feelings of love have matured, right? And in some ways, she's servicing Kazuya, if you will, right? It's there's an element of service in this chapter where she's giving Umi a level of decency by turning him down and being honest and open to him, much like how Chizuru is in some ways kind of trying to service Kazuya, if you will, which is kind of the wrong way to approach it. Then you have here the boyfriend and the panic. Again, another water-based one, another summer-based one. It literally says shot through by summer. Like summer shot, like Chizuru just shot you or she's going to shoot you. And then to add on to that, Chizuru wears a hibiscus up here, right? A hibiscus is indicative of a delicate beauty, new love, and bravery. It's indicative of new love because the flower blooms new. Service, phrasing. No, I'm aware. I said service on purpose. An issue with Chizuru's love is that a part of it is that she's somewhat acting out of guilt. So she just kind of does what Kazuya wants. And in terms of the service that she's providing, for Umi in that sense, is that she's giving him like answers to his questions, right? But she's also doing what she wants, right? She's kind of finding a balance between that. This is important because what is Chizuru's job? Rental. So most of the interactions she has with Kazuya is literally Chizuru providing a service. Chizuru is literally working a job, if you will. She's not getting what she wants to. And that's part of the issue. So Chizuru being presented as a maid in the previous chapter, and that maid seems very mature, and there's a little heart on her chest. It is symbolic of the fact that she is in love, and her love is maturing. But she's providing a service to this person to turn them down properly, but also tell them what they want, right? She's doing what she wants, but she's giving them a bit of what they want, right? But she's going to stick to her guns. It's reflective of Chizuru's emotions maturing, right? This is why it's similar to Chizuru in chapter 237. When Kazuya and Chizuru meet up, she's literally dressed as a maid. Why? Because what is she doing? Being a rental girlfriend, providing a service. Your maid look is to die for. You're my idol for Chiron. You're my able for Chiron. You're the keeper of my soul. Right? When she sees him here, she's being a rental girlfriend. Most of the chapter is Chizuru being a rental girlfriend and not getting what she wants. to hold Kazuya's hand. She's being a maid. She's not getting what she wants. She's giving him a service out of guilt. Chapter 300 and 394 is not necessarily too similar from this. Sorry, 395. The cover being a maid outfit is indicative of this. That Chizuru is in some ways providing a service, and yet she is maturing. She's becoming an older maid, right? She's not just going to give you exactly what you want. She's also going to get what she wants. That's why there's a maturity to this. It's more adult than the earlier one. This one seems young and innocent. This one seems more mature and adult, right? She knows what she has. She's like more aware of her assets. She's presenting herself. She's literally posing, and yet she's not reacting. She's more in control, right? Whereas here, it's more cute and innocent, right? And Kazuya is just posing. And what do you see? The cup of tea. What do they share in this chapter? A cup of tea. She gives him a cup of tea. She services him. Here, it's Chizuru not giving Umi what he wants, but also providing a level of service by giving him some things too. Hey, you have questions, I'll answer those questions. If you want me to love you, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm not the person you think I am. I'm going to give you my answer. I'm going to face that person wholeheartedly. Goodbye, good day. Walks away. There's a balance. She struck a perfect balance. She maintained perfect boundaries. She said no, she said her piece, and she left. She was a perfect maid. She did her job, she maintained boundaries, and she left. That was the point. In contrast, this cover is summer-based. Chizuru wears a hibiscus on her right side. When they wear a hibiscus or a plumeria on their left side, on their right side, it means that they are unmarried. Chizuru has kind of a princess vibe, right? Chizuru has kind of a princess vibe here. Whether it be the earrings, whether it be the hibiscus on her hair, she kind of feels like a cool princess. Even the outfit kind of gives off the vibe of like royalty or maturity to her, right? And this plays well into the adult nature of how Kazuya perceives Umi and how Chizuru has looked, right? She seems like a princess. And what is happening with Kazuya? He's falling, right? Kazuya is falling in love with her all over again, much like the hibiscus blooms new flowers every day, a brand new love, right? Then Reishi does some interesting details. He emphasizes Chizuru's chest. You can see it clearly. You can see her elbows. You can see her arms. You can see her legs, the way he emphasizes the butt. You see the little curve right here. He does a lot of this stuff. This adds a sense of humanity to Chizuru. This realism adds a sense of humanity to Chizuru's character. She feels more real, more alive for that reason, because of how these things are being highlighted to you. It's not just because horny. Yeah, a part of it is just horny, right? A part of it is horny. Let's not pretend like that's not the case. But it adds a sense of realism to it because it plays directly into the element of NTR that's present in this chapter, right? You feel her touch, you feel her presence, it feels like there's a real person. So that element of intimacy, that element of vulnerability and openness adds to that. And suddenly, this feeling you feel when looking at Chizuru here feels like it could disappear. Hence, Kazuya's feelings, I don't want her to be taken away from me. Reiji creates that sense of realism in that cover for that purpose, to evoke that feeling, to play into that this is a real person and you don't want her to go away, even if it's fiction, right? Chizuru seems like she's dodging something, right? And what does that what does that like tell you essentially, right? Chizuru is pushing towards the left, right? She's leaning towards the left. She's pulling her arm towards her left, right? And I think that's, I wrote something for that. Let me find what I wrote. Hey, Reiji liked one of my posts. Hell yeah. Or I wrote a reply for him. It was just really nice. I was just trying to be thankful, and he liked it. That made my day. Not planaria, plum, Plum, area. Plum area. I'm not talking about whatever the fuck you're talking about. Okay. Let's see. So, where is it? Chizuru in the cover looks like she's dodging something, like she's pulling back or pulling away. It kind of alludes to Kazuya losing her, except it's like she's actually dodging a bullet, and she's actually about to take her shot, much like how the title says, get it shot through by summer. Kind of like Kazuya is taking his shot right now. It's all motion, movement. What is Kazuya doing in the chapter? Literally moving, creating motion. In contrast, look at Kazuya. What's happening with Kazuya? Kazuya is falling, right? There's an element of falling here. So it looks like Kazuya is diving in. This should sound familiar, but give me a sec. The cover, let's see. Summer is swimsuit holding a water gun, like she just fired it, or she's about to fire it. Contrasted by Kazuya falling just as he's panicking in the chapter, maybe diving in while looking at her butt. Right, so Kazuya is looking at her butt. He's clearly looking at her butt. The hibiscus flower. So what's with the diving in and the hibiscus flower? Well, this is important. This is important. Chizuru in the cover looks like she's having fun and playing a game, while Kazuya is falling for her all over again. Like she just bloomed anew like the hibiscus. And speaking of the hibiscus, all right. Hibiscus flower. What a bastard, that guy. He's a bit dumb and totally indecisive. He always says it'll work out when he's constantly relying on everyone else. Deny it. Why aren't you saying anything? But sometimes I think maybe it's some sort of talent. How he's able to follow his dreams blindly like an idiot. When we were in elementary school, one summer we planted morning glorias. Somehow I knocked his pot over. God knows where all the seeds and stuff went, but he just put all the soil back into the pot. Then guess what? His pot was the first to sprout. It was obviously just some random weed, but he kept insisting it was a morning gloria. Even the teachers tried stopping him. Even though the teachers tried stopping him every morning, he was the first one to come to school and water his plant, and he didn't even miss a single day of his picture diary. Ridiculous, right? Yeah, you're right. Even I kind of felt bad for him, and I thought I'd apologize to him when school started again. And then, you know what happened next? What? The flower, it bloomed. And it was more beautiful than any other. It was called a hibiscus, or some rare flower. And in the end, he got the gold medal for the summer science project. He got all upset and was like, this ain't the no morning gloria. But I was bloody jealous of him. If he stopped watering it back then, the flower would have never bloomed. Doesn't it seem like life is just trying to bring you down? Like how expensive rent is, or how the stray dogs only ever shit in the front of your own house, or how the manga you wait for every week is going to finish soon. But when those realities overwhelm you and your dreams become clouded, that's when you die on the inside. When you spoke up for Kazuya at the pub, I thought he had finally found someone who appreciates the good parts of him. Obviously, I can't know what happened between the two of you, but if it's just you getting tired of him being a scumbag, why don't you give him one last chance? If he pisses you off again, I'll punch him in the face for you. So he's not a bad person, you know. I'm sure he'll make you happy in the end. Oh yeah, here, I brought this for you, the score either. You guys needed some time alone. Does this sound familiar? Does this sound familiar? Right? Like Chizuru just bloomed anew, like the hibiscus. Mirroring the story Kibe told Kazuya, putting in the effort to the hibiscus flower he grew. This is Kazuya trying. The cover, I think, is meant to represent Kazuya trying for his flower again. Kazuya literally diving in, right? He's literally jumping in despite all the panic and tension. I still don't know why I did something like that, but I'm sure at that time I had already realized it. Mizuhara Chizuru is a rental girlfriend. Something fictional. She's something temporary. She's someone that I'm not allowed to develop feelings for. But even so, Mizuhara, he pulls her out through the water. What is Kazuya calling Chizuru for? He's afraid the ocean is taking her away. Is that not why Kazuya called? Then you see her wearing a hibiscus and a swimsuit, and Kazuya putting on his swimming goggles, falling down as if he's diving into the water. Feeling the panic and tension that comes with adversity, but diving in anyway, literally diving into the water, contrasted by Chizuru merely using a water gun. And both characters are actually totally dry. It's Kazuya watering the flower that is his love, if you will. When he imagines the ocean, Umi, trying to take the flower away from him again, he dives in for her. The irony is, just like when Umi was introduced, this was not happening, as Chizuru is totally dry, just like the swimsuit. That just in a swimsuit, right? Kazuya was afraid Umi was a scumbag and he was going to take her away, and nothing happens. And it was all a big misunderstanding. But he took that action, he made that mistake, and Chizuru didn't see the worst of him. Instead, giving him a gift and apologizing. Seeing that she also did something wrong, just as he did something wrong. They both fucked up. And then she sits next to him, and they work through that shit together. Chizuru in the cover looks like she's dodging something, like she's pulling back. Okay, I already read this part. The details in her butt, boobs, and curves aren't just horny, but add motion and realism, creating the feeling of life. Chizuru is real and living. This aligns with Kazuya's feelings of losing her. You feel his freakout. The motion contrasts with Chizuru's stillness. The motion contrasts with Chizuru's stillness when he calls. Still in motion. When Reiji gets detailed with anatomy like this, it's not simply due to just lust. It aligns with the themes and the ideas he wants to convey. This is about Chizuru being taken away from Kazuya. Her touch, body, and figure emphasize her presence as a person, and thus what he fears losing. The swimsuit emphasizing Chizuru's figure in a way that plays into the idea perfectly. It's about actually swimming through your emotions, something represented through the water, and a similar motif Reiji used when Umi visited and Kazuya and Chizuru went on a date. So what do I mean by this? Right. So Umi visits, chapter 391. Okay. Back to what I was saying. Sorry about that. When Chizuru first asks Kazuya out on a date, After Umi showed up, this is the first cover we got. Chizuru swimming. Chizuru literally being a practicing swimming. Right? Literally, you have swimming pads. When they get to the nursery, Kazuya and Chizuru are both dressed kind of like spies, but they're holding water guns. And they're both in swimsuits. But they both look kind of cute, right? And it's similar. The pose is similar. Does this not look similar? Huh. Interesting. There's a similarity between the two. Except this one is more of a clear water gun. Here, Chizuru puts her hair up in a bun like she put her hair up in a bun when she went to the nursery, right? Here, her hair is down, but she has the hibiscus. So it's different. It's not quite the same, and the guns look more like real guns than just simply water guns. And then finally, you have Kid Chizuru in a float. Literally, because in this chapter, she's literally a kid watching on. As Kazuya interacts with the kids, she wants to be a part of the group. Okay. The water is regularly used as a symbol of emotions. It can be turbulent, yet calm. It can reflect our image back at us, our deepest desires, our deepest fears. That's what Umi did. Heck, when Chizuru wants to control her desire to kiss Kazuya, what does she do? She goes for a swim in the pool to stop herself. Right? After she meets Kazuya, she goes swimming. And she keeps swimming. And swimming, and her emotions are literally flashing through her heads, right? Her emotions are literally flashing through her heads. All her feelings for Kazuya flashing through her heads, and she's swimming until she's about to fucking lose it. And then she finally gets up, thinks of the kiss, and look at how she's sitting. It's literally the cover of Umitsuki. It's literally the cover of Umitsuki. Like, bro. It's literally just like the cover of Umitsuki. Except she has one leg up and one leg down. She imagines the kiss again, and she kisses her knee. And literally, Umitsuki. The moon and the moon literally touching her water. Right? The moon literally reflected on her water. So yeah, Reishi's kind of cooking. I'm obsessed with Chizuru's cat eyes. The pot reminds me of Kazuya's broken phone screen. I like the symbolism. It could be wrong though. What pot? What pot are you referring to? The pot. What pot? Oh, from when Kazuya was a kid. Oh, you mean how Kibe knocked the pot over? Yeah, but the pot wasn't flawed. Fair enough. Yeah. Right. Kibe knocking Kazuya's pot over. Right. That makes sense. Yeah. And yet Kazuya's pot wasn't flawed. It was actually better than everyone's. It's literally like Nemo. You know, Nemo has the fin. He has this lucky fin that's supposed to be a big flaw, but it's not. This is very similar to that, you know? There's nothing wrong with Nemo. And you know what's really funny? The phone case that Kazuya has, he got it because of Umi. He literally got it because of Umi. Right? Umi helped Chizuru get that phone case. Right? And yet Kazuya feels insecure around him. And then what does Reiji do? When Kazuya tosses the phone, what do you see? That would be a terrible personality if Umi acted like that. But the phone case contrasts that terrible personality. Because guess what? When you got the phone case, Umi wasn't being terrible. In fact, he's the reason you have it in the first place. The terrible personality contrasts the phone. It literally contrasts the emotions on the phone. Right? The thing that he got through Umi. How fitting. It's like Umi is not actually shitty like that. I just got hit by my cat now. I want to get the alcohol to disinfect this cut. Oh, that sucks. Oh yeah, I had some extra details, so let's get into those. So, extra details. Umi meeting Kazuya at or after his work, and this could connect to Ruka. So, yeah, I pretty much said, like, Umi showing up at Kazuya's work could connect to Ruka. I don't think Ruka has ever met Umi, but that's what's interesting. Who did Ruka also meet at Kazuya's work who she didn't know, but kind of heard about? Mommy. Mommy, right? So, Ruka never met Umi, and she may follow Kazuya and end up finding out about Kazuya and Chizuru, much like how she met Mommy through Kazuya's work, except Kazuya planned this. So there's a chance Ruka may not find out anything, or maybe through Kazuya's, like, lack of awareness, Ruka finds out, you know? Maybe she can't stay that late, right? Because it's at 9. So maybe she can't stay that late, or maybe she, you know, or no, she does. She's stayed late before. So no, she can, but she may try to, like, you know, interact. Ruka is quite active on social media, so she may look Umi up and then see his Twitter where Umi and Kazuya took a picture. It's hard to guess, but it seems like Ruka may at least get a clue about what's going on. It would be interesting if she stalks Kazuya as a reversal of when Kazuya stalked Chizuru and Umi, right? Because Umi has a tendency to appear kind of sus, right? Umi has a tendency to appear kind of sus. Umi also seems to be acting quite friendly with Kazuya, much like how Mami was. But now it's something Ruka doesn't know about with Kazuya, so it makes sense to be kind of curious, especially if Kazuya, like, doesn't seem comfortable around Umi. And what if, like, Ruka comes to the conclusion, oh no, what if Umi is, like, blackmailing him, right? And it turns out it's literally nothing, which would be hilarious. And then Umi accidentally spills the beans, like he spilled the beans about Chizuru to Ruka, and then he makes things awkward and is like, oh, that would be kind of funny. So it makes sense to be kind of curious, especially depending on how Umi appears or acts. Anyway, the teaser for next time is, okay, I talked about this, the rejection thing. Chizuru is clearly ready to answer whatever Kazuya asks, literally conveyed in her picking up the phone despite it being late. She's ready to face Kazuya wholeheartedly and whatever he wants of her. So the teaser may be just Kazuya facing the fear of rejection and overcoming it, which is a natural step. The overdramatic nature of its rejection, its death, is very Kazuya considering how afraid of Umi he is here. So in his mind, if this idea is rejected, then Chizuru picked Umi. But that's silly. I doubt Chizuru will say no, but he has to face this fear and take a leap. If you think about it, this would just mean just as, if not more, to Chizuru, considering Kazuya is her family just as Minnie is. Like, if this is tough for Kazuya, imagine how tough this is for her. She's betting everything on the line and is willing to throw it all to the side for him. Let's see. I also forgot to address how Umi, so I talked about this last time. The way Umi checks for Kazuya's time and seemingly respects his time is kind of like how his dad does it in chapter 393, where he's like, Kazuya, do you have a second, right? Can you talk? Are you available? Umi does this too. This contrasts Minnie, who just gets all up in Kazuya's business and takes up all of his time, literally wasting the night. Kazuya's dad and Umi, in contrast, value his time. Umi also tells Kazuya it's nothing important. He just wants to talk, which makes sense. What he has to say isn't really important, right? When Umi talks to Kazuya, he never feels close. He's always far away, his face is hidden. Kazuya doesn't know him, but with Chizuru, even the spread of her back is fully detailed. Even over the phone, Kazuya knows this person so well that it's like he can feel her whole world. Even this talk on the phone is extremely intimate and personal. It is important. It does matter, which is why it's so up close, why you can feel the tension in their blush. Chizuru being in the shadows reflects how she's visible but unseen, whereas Kazuya is in the light because we see him. They both hold the phone the same exact hand, and yet they are flipped. We see Kazuya's phone screen and his left side. We do not see Chizuru's phone screen, and we see her right side. She's literally his reflection. Also, that reminds me. Us seeing this side of Chizuru mirrors the cover page, right? We're seeing that side. We're seeing the right side of Chizuru. But she's holding the water gun in the opposite side. I think that's interesting. She holds the water gun with both hands. She holds the phone with one hand, and yet you see her from the similar angle as this one, where you're seeing her right side. Or left side. Yeah, you're seeing her left side. My bad. The final page being intimately closed contrasts about how far away Chizuru feels, and the spread of her answering the phone makes the characters feel like they're right back to the kiss. Even over the phone, the panels are super close to their faces, nailing the feeling of intimacy. When Umi talks to Kazuya... Oh, I already read this. Yep. Kazuya is in his room, whereas Chizuru is outside. Kazuya tries to think in the box that Minnie sat in, right? You guys remember this bullshit? Kazuya's like stuck on this stupid box. He literally picks up the stupid box that Minnie sat in when she came over, right? And he talks to her, and he's like, no way, Mizo was already determined to date me. Just because she met Umi-kun, it doesn't mean anything. Nope. Yep, totally. Chizuru's totally determined to date me, even though that's not true. He's literally thinking in the box, right? He's literally thinking in the box. That's what Yamori-san said. Isn't that right, Yamori-san? Right? Right? She even kissed me. That must mean what it means, right? Does it? Are you sure about that? Right? Just John Cena. Are you sure about that? Right? Kazuya is checking the box Minnie sat in, whereas Chizuru is acting outside of her confinement. The light of the city is behind Chizuru, whereas the darkness of his isolation is behind Kazuya. We can see Kazuya, but not really. Oh yeah, I love how Chizuru looks kind of like a princess in the cover. It's the flower that adds that feeling for me. The water gun and the dress-like swimsuit just make her charming and cool in a more mature way than other swimsuit covers. It's both cute and hot. And then I think I talked about the rejection thing I was discussing earlier, where I had the whole mommy thing. Right? At last stream I talked about how like I can read this stuff, I guess. Kazuya needed to get afraid here. There's a hilarity to the crazy delusions he has, being so outlandish and NTR-like that it intentionally contrasts reality. But it's that exact fear that he actually needed to experience to freaking talk to her. Before, he couldn't text her. Now he calls her. You'll notice Kazuya even texts Minnie here before calling, but he doesn't text her for permission. It's small. He's already set on this path. He doesn't need Minnie's help. He just needs a yes woman. Get scared. He got scared and realized the time he's wasting and what he's giving up and not talking to Chizuru. Chizuru answering the phone after 9 rings mirrors the chapter numbers, 396. Chizuru answering is important. She was always going to answer him, just like she told Umi she wanted to face Kazuya wholeheartedly. Notice how the world around her moves, yet she is completely still. Kazuya's phone call made Chizuru completely stop in her tracks. That's how much influence he has. A world constantly moving, and yet she stops for him late at night when he calls, mirroring how Umi made time to meet Kazuya. Now Kazuya is controlling time. stopping it. Steins Gate, get it? He's using the D-mail, right? Right, he's stopping Chizuru's time. Minnie, before, couldn't even get Kazuya to text Chizuru after she kissed him. Minnie gave Kazuya a comfortable escape, an easy way out. So he kept taking it. Umi, in just wanting to talk to Kazuya, scared him so much he did something he hasn't done since the movie arc. Right? This is the last time Kazuya called Chizuru in the movie arc. And this is like chapter 130 something. Like, it's that long ago. Right? Notice how before Kazuya said, but, as an excuse not to call Chizuru. Right? Minnie tells him, seriously, this is your chance. Just think of it as giving her a little nudge. But it's already 10 o'clock. Mizuhara set her alarm to go to bed at 10:30. Chickens out. It's an excuse. Giving himself a reason to run. Now, losing her after the kiss is the very excuse he uses to call her. This also mirrors his first call to her, where she said, I'd drop anything for this. Sure, yeah, I'd drop anything for that. You gotta shoot it. You would. Oh, good. Very cute. Yamori-san details to the group chat. Right? Kazuya called her. Whereas in the movie arc, Chizuru tossed everything aside for her movie, here, Chizuru tosses everything aside for Kazuya. The world literally freezes in place for her as she answers his call. He's the new dream, just like Kazuya is tossing everything aside for her, right? You want to be with her? Toss all that other shit aside. You got to fucking be with her, dude. Stop worrying about anything else. He is the new dream and she is the dream. This is why Reiji references the movie last chapter, to remind us, right? I really did a lot back then. Right? Kazuya looking at the movie and everything that he did a lot back then. He sure isn't doing much right now, is he? Kazuya sure isn't doing much right now, is he? Right? He did a lot back then, but he isn't doing much right now. And now he takes his first step to start doing a lot. To start actually putting in real effort. We also noticed some cool details on the stream. The crowdfunding took exactly 1.5 months to finish the movie arc. Just like how Chizuru says her play is in 1.5 months. Seems oddly coincidental. Really makes you wonder if she just used Minnie to buy time. Umi calls Kazuya Kazuya-kun. This is interesting because the girl shows up, texts to Umi, and calls him Nakono-kun. This shows a contrast in familiarity. Umi actually remembers Kazuya and speaks to him with the same familiarity Chizuru takes with Umi, calling him Umi-kun. Reiji also directly references when Umi first got Kazuya's contact info during the party, when they talked about Chizuru's I don't not like him. It's as if this call is a direct continuation of that talk that ended abruptly. In fact, Umi's rejection is directly connected to that. Chizuru's words when she first rejected Umi were uncertain, unclear in intention. I don't not like him either. But Umi could see clearly that she liked Kazuya. Now Umi professes love to Chizuru, but appears more like a judge than a suitor, as if he's seeing how serious Chizuru is. A challenge, not a confession. Those two scenes are clearly connected, just as the call to Kazuya is connected to the barbecue. Umi does not appear or sound upset when he calls Kazuya. He's looking forward to meeting him, in fact. Notice how we also don't see Umi's face at all when he speaks. You can't tell his intent at all. Right? Umi is completely, like, he has a very relaxed posture. He's chill, right? He's lifted up one of his legs and he's calling Kazuya. And then there's just this girl who called him earlier just walking by. When Umi calls, there's no tension. It doesn't feel like there's any tension or worry or fear or anything. He's just kind of chill. And for someone who just got rejected, he shouldn't be so chill, right? For someone who just got rejected, he shouldn't be so chill. And yet, everything about how Umi is presented appears chill, right? He's looking out into the ocean. Right? He's looking out into the ocean, looking at feelings, right? Looking at the feelings that are in front of him. That's fascinating. That Umi is just out here looking, and he doesn't feel as tall as the buildings anymore, right? Umi doesn't feel as tall as the buildings anymore. With Chizuru, he felt as tall as the buildings. Now, he doesn't feel tall. He feels kind of short, right? The buildings are actually taller than him. He feels kind of short in contrast. There's a lot of comfort when Kazuya talks to Umi. In contrast, when Kazuya talks to Chizuru, immediate tension. Instantly, a fuck ton of tension. Right? Like it's almost instantaneous. You can feel it through the phone. Just through the hello, you can feel the tension immediately. But with Umi, there's absolutely no tension. Like there's nothing actually there. Huh. Reiji leaves a joke about how all beautiful people are mysterious. This part is hilarious, but it's a meta joke by Reiji to the readers. He knows readers don't understand Chizuru or Umi, but what if they're not being mysterious at all, but actually being quite honest with Kazuya? Kazuya decides to meet Umi at 9 p.m. on Saturday at his karaoke job. This is interesting, considering the phone rings 9 times when Kazuya calls Chizuru, and when Chizuru texts Umi, it's at 9 p.m. in 392, when she wanted to reject Umi. When Kazuya calls, his call vibes for 6 times. So, this part's so goofy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It vibes 6 times. Right? Unless there's like one more. I don't see another one. It vibes 6 times. The chapter is 396. Chizuru's call rings 9 times. Umi's call vibes 6 times. Huh. What does that sound like to you? Why is the number 9 relevant? Well, I think it's because 9 can be read like the word for pain. Umi is the pain Kazuya had to face so he could take action. He needed to feel pain so he could do something. So maybe this is Reiji hinting at that. Kazuya getting some adversity, some challenge. It's also funny that the chapter is 396, and Kazuya thinks of NTR and even uses the part of the phrase in his words, taken away, while Umi's call vibrates 6 times and Chizuru rings 9 times, like 69. Except the chapter is in reverse. It's 96, because Chizuru already rejected Umi. The very idea of NTR is antithetical to love. That someone could be stolen away with a kiss or sex means it was never really love to begin with. If your feelings are so easily changed by desire, did you truly love them at all? This is why Chizuru disassociates from her mom, who had many lovers. So I discussed this before. The phrasing here isn't quite accurate. The phrasing here is that she had many lovers. That's what Chizuru says here, but the localization just makes it she's a very popular girl. Minnie tells her, I didn't mean that. I meant calling her dad partner. Chizuru says, I don't know anything about him. Calling him dad just sounds stupid. I don't know what happened between the two of them, and it's possible my mom was the one at fault. Besides, feelings change all the time, right? Huh. It's like Chizuru's mom's feelings just kept changing and she wasn't serious. What this is about is not NTR, but that Kazuya needed to get scared. Be freaking terrified, you fool. Love is not for cowards. In chapter 296, Kazuya took his first step to trust Chizuru. In this chapter, Kazuya takes his first step to have faith in Chizuru, just as she has faith in him. These childish ideas like NTR have nothing to do with real love. Love is a bond. It's a real effort and sacrifice, not fickle desire. But if you want to be with someone, you have to make a real effort to do so. You can't wait. You can't sit around. You have to make a choice. To love someone is to be an adult, to grow up. Love perseveres. Real love perseveres. It doesn't give up. You can easily lose the meaning of our love in our pursuit of it. Kazuya clearly did. He just has to be willing to seriously face it again. Face the anxiety and insecurity. Don't run from it. People easily forget that love is not the superficial crap everyone makes it out to be. It's about forming a bond, working on a relationship, not who's more handsome or successful or has a better bod. It's the presence of someone in our lives, what that person means to us, why they matter to us. Where the girlfriend is not about comfort. Get uncomfortable. Get good. Love is not for cowards. You won't always have an easy escape or be comfortable. You won't always get an easy way out. And everything that you are will be challenged. You have to fight for love. It's not AI. It's not bot. Woo, okay, finish that. Umi spills the beans in front of Ruka. Kazuya gulps. I'm doomed. Ruka has literal fire rolls up her sleeves, gets mega muscle screams. Kazuya then he screams, ah. It'd be cool if the anime, when Chizuru picks up the phone, everything around her goes quiet and seemingly slows down to a halt and dims out. Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of fucking peak. Umi calling Kazuya Nakano-kun also serves to remind you that last time what his last name is, in case you forgot, like me. Kazuya didn't call him Nakano-kun. In fact, Kazuya never used his name. Kazuya never even used Umi's name. He answers, he says, hello. Kazuya-kun, can you talk right now? Has he always called me Kazuya-kun? He says, yeah. A girl calls him Nakano-kun. Umi never says Nakano-kun. The girl says Nakano-kun. Oh, okay. Are you busy? Well, no. I'd say I'm pretty busy. Maybe after my part-time job on Saturday. Yeah, that works. Sure. Thanks. Looking forward to it. Right? Kazuya never says Umi's name. He says it in his head. He never says his name. Huh. Did he have to back the backpack the whole time? Did he have the backpack the whole time? Umi? Yeah. Yeah, Umi had the backpack the whole time. Umi might also find out Kazuya's relationship with Ruka might leave a bad impression on Kazuya. True. Oh, sorry, I got confused there, lol. Yeah, that's another aspect. Umi, right? Kazuya has an awkward relationship with Ruka, and Umi finding out about that could leave a bad impression on Umi of Kazuya, which would be interesting, right? Kazuya kind of fucks up in that regard. That would be interesting. Right? Maybe Kazuya will explain to Umi. Or he has to explain to Ruka. That would be interesting if Kazuya gets put in the position of needing to explain. All right, and then if Ruka shows up and she introduces herself as his girlfriend, that would be like, ooh, Kazuya, what the fuck, dude? And I could see Umi getting pissed. Be like, bro, what the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? She's serious about you. Are you serious about her? That would be kind of big. Umi being like, yo, she's serious about you. Are you serious about her? That would be kind of big. The teaser for next time being, if rejection is death, adds a little too much stake for the 7-Eleven date. You can feel the tension and fear of rejection in the final page, yet both of them feel like both of them want to confront it all the same. Right? That's another thing too. Like, you can feel the fucking tension between these two dipshits. I love them, but you can feel the tension. Like, holy shit. I think those expectations are what need to change. The worst thing that can happen is the 7-Eleven date being the date 2. Ideally, the call is the start of what she said she wanted on the date. To be in contact every day, support each other in small ways while both are super busy, so 7-Eleven comes, it's not a deadline, but a relief. Regardless of how it plays out, you're right on one thing. Kazuya opened the path for that to become normal, texting and calling. In taking the first step, he has told Chizuru she can do the same. Depending on how he handles it, it could still be tough, but it's step 1. Calling Umi's name by Kazuya also depends on the age. Usually people call others kun when the other person is younger than him or her. I'm not sure how old Umi is, but considering Kumi-kun calls Kazuya by kun, Umi's probably older than him. No. If you have a sense of familiarity with so there's another layer to this. It's not just it's also familiarity. That's not where it stops. That's one aspect. One aspect is age. So when you refer to someone as kun, they're usually the same age as you. When you refer to someone as son, they're older than you. However, there's another layer to this. It can be familiarity. It can be also familiarity and closeness. So you can refer to someone who's theoretically older than you as kun if you're that close, right? But you'll notice Mami and Chizuru are around the same age, and yet Chizuru always calls her Mami-san. Because Chizuru maintains that distance between them. They're not close. She doesn't call her kun because they're not close. Or sorry, chun. She doesn't call her Mami-chun. She calls her Mami-san because they're not close, despite the fact that they're in the same age. It's not always just about age. It's also familiarity, right? He calls Kazuya Kazuya-kun. Kazuya just calls him Umi. He doesn't even say kun. I think in his head he said Umi-kun. But he is just kun. Kazuya doesn't view him as a superior. Kazuya doesn't call him Umi-san, he calls him Umi-kun. Ruka might be there because she works there too. So I can see Ruka intervening, or she might stalk Kazuya and Umi after noticing them meet up. It would be interesting if Kazuya can handle Ruka. If that's the case, it is inappropriate for Kazuya to call Umi by Umi-kun, blah, blah, blah. It also establishes seniority similar to senpai or kohai. No, actually, it's not weird at all to call someone by calling others by kun. If the person is older than you, it just sounds weird. No, but we don't know Umi's age. Kazuya doesn't know if he's older. He's just taller. For all we know, Umi is the same exact age as Kazuya. You have no idea how old Umi is. That's just an assumption. And Kazuya has always called him kun because it's familiarity. Now, I think it can work. Like, honorifics can also get in the way. You have to understand, when you drop honorifics or when you lower the honorifics like that, it makes someone feel more comfortable. That's also another aspect. You can play with these things. They're not set in stone. Right? Minnie used to call Chizuru Mizuhara-san. Now she calls her Chizuru-chan or Chizuru-san. She calls her Chizuru-san now. It can be improper, don't get me wrong. But I think if you become familiar enough, then you can. It's about familiarity. I think if you become familiar enough, then you can, or you can drop it altogether. You can just remove it altogether. You can just say their name without the son or kun. Or chun, or chun. You could just remove it altogether. Didn't Chizuru also ask Mami that Kazuya is serious, are you? So that can be reply to that scene in chapter 4 with Ruka being the one overhearing. Yeah, that would be interesting. Right? Ooh, that's a good one. Kazuya walking out with Umi, and Umi says, Chizuru is serious, are you? And Ruka overhears that. Ooh, that's a good one. That's chapter 49, by the way, not 48. That's chapter 49. Kazuya has always called him Umi-kun. Well, that's never stop. That's your experience. I think it varies from person to person. Right? Because isn't Kazuya... So, for example, Kazuya is older than Mami. She calls him Kazu-kun. Kazuya is older than Mami. That's a fact. He is. He's older than Chizuru, and he's older than Mami. Chizuru always refers to people as son. But with Umi, she always refers to him as kun. She says Umi-kun. Because they're literally equals. That's because they're the same grade. Okay, so there you go. Right? There you go. So you can define it by grade, and you can also define it by age. Yeah, but Kazuya is still older than Mami, so she should technically still call him son. But because they're in the same grade, that suddenly that rule breaks. So you see how that rule can break? Social complexities is a bit difficult to understand from Westerners' perspective, but understand I'm not a Westerner. I may speak their language, but I'm not. I'm just the kind of person who does not believe there are set rules and cultures and that you can change these rules depending on the circumstances of those situations. That's all. That's all I believe. Now, whether that's completely applicable here is a whole other story. But Kazuya is always referred to Umi as Umi-kun because they seemingly are equals. I don't think Kazuya has ever called him Umi-san. I'm pretty sure in his head he's always referred to him as either Umi or Umi-kun. They're not. They're the same age. Nothing has implied Kazuya or Umi is older than Kazuya. Nothing about that has ever been implied that Umi's older than Kazuya. He just looks more mature. You are Russian. You sound Russian. Me? I'm not Russian. What the fuck gave you the impression I'm Russian? I'm not Russian. I'm nowhere near Russian. Kazuya did surprisingly well, didn't he? Going so far as to call directly. Since yesterday, the post comparing Kanokari to certain mangas, certain figures went viral, even getting the teacher to quote retweet it. I've liked the whole series of posts, but considering how long Miyajime sensei has been exposed to anti-fans, his response was truly that of a proper adult. Yeah, people don't give Reiji enough credit. The dude took it like a champ, and he responded just like an adult, you know? Since this Kazuya's chapter, I thought there would be much more progress, but really pulled through in the end, didn't he? I'm actually surprised that the post went viral with tens of thousands of likes. There are tons of manga with over 42 volumes published, and rather than antis, it feels more like people who haven't read it were just jumping on the bandwagon to mock it, almost like bullying on SNS. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I definitely agree. The Kazuya arc usually doesn't have this much progress, so this was unexpected. Kanokari has a lot of hidden haters who people sling insults, and this time it's interrupted because it was compared to another work. While there are many manga with over 42 volumes, the work has characters who are married, which seemingly has added fuel to the fire. The way people are gleefully bashing it felt like the form of SNS bullying, didn't it? Yeah, I'm not from the Dragon Ball generation, so I don't quite get it, but comparing rom-coms and battle manga feels off too. And it just seems like people think more volumes equals more popularity. And then there are a lot of folks who want to assert their individuality by saying Dragon Ball and this other popular manga have the same number of volumes. But I'm not interested and I haven't read it because I'm different from the others or something like that. That's my impression. Yeah, that's a great way of looking at it. I only caught a glimpse of Dragon Ball on TV during my childhood, and I'm not very familiar with it. But indeed, romantic comedies and battle mangas are different genres with different circulation numbers, so they can't really be compared. The assumption that a series is popular just because it has many volumes is quite possible. It seems like a bunch of people who want to gain sympathy in a negative way despite its popularity have gathered, haven't they? Since Dragon Ball circulation is about 20 times that of Konokari, there's no point in just comparing the number of volumes. They probably just wanted to say that Konokari is too long, but it felt like it's too long and doesn't progress crowd, which is common among haters, just jumping on the opportunity. Humans, besides conformity pressure, feel reassured when there are many people who think the same way, right? Wasn't I literally saying this? Wasn't I literally saying this? That there are a lot of people who just want to I was saying this about Gigok pretty much, that like it's not about conformity for him. He just wants people to feel the same way that he does. And I think a lot of people are kind of like this nowadays. They just want people to feel the same way that they do, so they can validate their own feelings. And it's because we're just people who are we're just naturally people who need others. People naturally need others, but sometimes we try to validate our own feelings through others, much like how Kazuya uses Minnie to try to validate his feelings, right? Kazuya literally uses Minnie to try and validate his feelings. Not too dissimilar, and it's almost like Reiji's literally criticizing these people of just like how they go about criticizing this manga by like literally showing characters like Minnie who literally just reflect back at them what they believe, and then now Kazuya is literally using Minnie to validate his own feelings. And Mami isn't so different, using Chizuru and manipulating her act in certain ways to validate her stance on Chizuru. And guess what? People buy that shit. People fucking believe that shit. They literally let Mami gaslight them because secretly deep down they believed the bullshit Mami was saying. And that to me is fucking hilarious. Dragon Ball is about 20 times that of Kanokari. Compared to just by the numbers of volumes, doesn't mean much, does it? I understand the desire to say that Kanokari is long, but in the original post, there was negative remarks about the country's decline, and you can clearly see the intention to lead anti-fans. Humans all have conformity pressure to some extent, and there is a desire to be empathized with by people who think the same way, right? Yeah, this was a good read. This was a good read. I liked reading that. Yeah, this was refreshing. That was a nice thing to read. Let's see. Are you an Arab? Also, I looked it up just now. It was 48. What was 48? Your name is Johann, like Johann Leobart, so you're German then. No, I'm not. I'm not German. You can have a German name and not be German. Like, my music teacher always called me Johann Sebastian Bach. He always just called me Bach. But I'm not German. And I'm not Russian. To be fair, Goku got married on a whim, but he's Goku. Akira Toriyama has openly said, like in the past, he's so bad with romances, he just skips them. He's so bad with writing romances, he just skips that shit. That's why Bulma and Vegeta just get together. That's why Android 18 and Krillin just fucking get together. He's not good at writing romances. Objectively, Reiji's number one priority in money. That's why so many chapters is very common. No. He's openly said it's not money. His number one priority is whether people like the story while also getting to tell the story he wants to tell. In every single interview, when people bring up money, because everyone brings it up, Reiji openly says it's not about money. No, he just does it because he wants to. It's not about money. He could do a lot of things about money, but he doesn't. There are better ways to make money than the way Reiji is doing it. He knows that. You know this. You wouldn't make something like chapter 218. Okay, but Mr. Horny Charizard, if someone tells you what they say, and then you don't believe it because you say he's saying what he's supposed to say, when does it ever become the truth? How can you ever trust anyone if he just says what he's supposed to say? Right? Reiji has been pretty open about when he makes money. For instance, he was pretty open about the crowdfunding. Yeah, the crowdfunding helped the manga. It helped. It was useful. He did make money from it. For the manga, that all went to Kodansha. He didn't get money from it. Kodansha did. It helped the manga. Every time Reiji does a crowdfunding, it helps the manga. Are you seeing the flaw with your argument? Every money he makes goes to the manga so he can keep making it more. Not so he can get paid more. You think because it sells more, he gets more money? You don't realize how much these companies take cuts. I don't think you're aware of how much companies take cuts. They take a lot of cuts. They get a lot of money, and a lot of authors, despite having a lot of money, aren't happy. Let's look at Oda, the writer for One Piece. Oda is constantly, nonstop working on his manga to the point that he's unhealthy. He shouldn't need to work that hard. He makes a bunch of fucking money. So by your logic, Oda is just dragging the manga out and just making money. That's his number one priority. And yet he's constantly sacrificing his health trying to come up with new ideas. Most of the time, Reiji is literally out and about, hanging out with fans, making events, doing stuff on Twitter, or researching. In fact, he researches so much that it's actually kind of crazy. He puts so much effort into the stuff that he does that, frankly, if you were just doing it for the money, you wouldn't. Because when I'm working my job, when I go to my job, I don't put 110% effort in because it's just for fucking money. I don't try my 110%. You didn't read all that I said? That's why it's so many chapters is very common nowadays in the manga industry. The problem is that Kanokari is hated manga, so Reiji gets hate for that too, that reason. So what you're saying, well, now I'm confused. Mostly because your statement is somewhat contradictory. You're saying objectively Reiji's number one priority is money. That's not true. It's not. That's not true. But then you say it's so manga's getting that nowadays. It aligns with that fact. So just because it happens to be objective, but his objectively, it's not that. Reiji always wanted a manga to take off for a very simple reason. He wanted to write manga that he loves. And he initially wanted Rent a Girlfriend to end at like 10 volumes. But then he had so much fun with it, he just kept going. And he kept coming up with more ideas, and he kept having more fun, and it expanded, and it grew beyond that. So it doesn't, I don't know. I just don't like how you're framing the argument. Objectively, it's not money. Because Japan is a much easier place to have a healthier and easier life than without money. Like that's the thing. That's what you don't realize. Living in the United States and living in Japan are like two completely different things. Everything is significantly cheaper there. The issue with Japan is that Japan is a lot cheaper, but has a crazy work culture. So people don't have time to live. They're completely opposites. Japan's issue is that they have a bad work culture, but it's much easier to live in Japan than it is in the United States. Everything costs infinitely more here than it does there. Kazuya can literally rent a super cheap apartment for like a few $100. Imagine getting that in the US. It's never going to happen. Right? Everything is significantly cheaper there. So the argument that they're only doing it for money doesn't add up. Because you can have a much easier life there, right? Reiji lives a pretty simple life. He literally he goes out and he hangs out with his editors. He has time to go play video games, and he takes his dog out for walks, and then he hangs out with his family. Like, my point is, people don't care if the manga is dragged for money if they like it, but Kanokari is hated, so they use the milking money excuse to flame Reiji. Okay. If you just said that, your argument would have been significantly better, but, you know, that makes a lot more sense. He should capitalize on the Twitter attention by doing another dream sequence with full Dragon Ball Z style fight scenes. That would be like, that wouldn't work because Reiji's 10 chapters ahead. So by the time we get to the chapter, it would already be over. So I don't think that would work. Publishers are corporations, and corporations have a fiduciary duty to maximize profit. A lot of the time, that means exploiting everyone who works for the publisher, including authors. The thing about that, interestingly, is I heard that Kodansha is a lot more chill than places like Shonen Jump. I hear Shonen Jump is a fucking nightmare to work at. That's why so many Shonen Jump mangas start really fucking generic, and then branch out and become more interesting. Whereas the more interesting mangas, because they don't immediately make profit, they die out super fast. Kodansha is a lot more chill and a lot more accessible to people. So naturally, a lot of people go to places like Kodansha to write their stuff. I do know, for instance, Attack on Titan was Kodansha too, right? So and it was much easier to write that. Shonen Jump and Mappa are the paragons of crunching, pretty much. Yeah, but that's the thing. If you find a publisher that can appreciate you and what you can do, it can get easier. And the thing is, if you go to Kodansha's sales, Kodansha has good sales, so that the stuff that doesn't sell a super crazy amount can still succeed. For instance, Kanojo mo Kanojo, another manga series that was from a different author that was friends with Reiji, is still it ended, but it wasn't selling like hotcakes. Its sales were pretty low, but it still kept going for a while, despite its low sales. Rent-A-Girlfriend also sells, but it's not selling like a crazy drop shit amount. It just has a very consistent fan base. That's what people don't realize. Is that Rent-A-Girlfriend just has a very consistent fan base that sticks with it and doesn't, and they don't stray from that. And those people stick around. And the surveys in the magazines are always good. That's really what Reiji watches for, right? Reiji doesn't worry too much about Twitter criticism and stuff like that. What he worries about is the surveys. And he said this in the thing I read before. He said that when he reads, what he really pays attention to is if it gets good survey results. If people like the surveys, that's what matters. And all of the surveys were good, right? All of the surveys, especially when they were, like when Reiji was doing the scouting, where he wanted to do the scouting thing with Kazuya and Minnie, he was worried people wouldn't like that because it doesn't have that much Chizuru. But guess what? It held, and it was perfectly fine. Maybe the housing is a bit more expensive in general, especially in Tokyo. Well, yes, it does depend on where you live. If you live in Tokyo, it is more expensive. Tokyo is like living in New York or in California. Tokyo is expensive. Yes, but you can still find like an apartment to rent for cheap, even if it's around the Tokyo area. And you still have a bus you can take and stuff like that, right? So it's not like Reiji's living some big extravagant life, you know? I don't know how I'd ever make it in Japan. I want to go bad, but I don't like being, don't like things like touching me. The bidet is going to make me look like a, I don't know what to explain. I'm not big in traveling one weekend and I'm missing home and my kitty. Is Osaka expensive to live? I'm not sure. I just know Tokyo is expensive. But you can get to these places no issues. Having a good contract can be why a manga go on for a long time without being super popular. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Reishi probably has like a decent contract. I lived in Tokyo, Roppongi area. It was about 600 square feet apartment. The monthly rent was about $4,000. Whew. Whew. But you could probably find like a very, very cheap apartment if you tried. It wouldn't be good, mind you. It wouldn't be good. But you could find like a somewhat cheap apartment. Plus, you get more money in Japan in certain things. So I don't know. I had to share it with my friend. Oof. Rag is the perfect example of the silent majority versus the vocal minority, even though the vocal minority doesn't really look like a minority. There is a large majority of haters. I don't think that's completely fair to say. There is a loud majority of haters. I don't think that's a completely fair assessment to make. The price is a downtown Toronto apartment. Oh, God. I heard if an apartment is haunted, it's cheap. You could mortgage a house with that money. God damn. Yeah. That isn't surprising. They don't really provide mortgage to foreigners. They're like super strict about foreigners, dude. Hella. Even if you have a green card, some are like really judgy and they just don't do it. I've heard horror stories about how they treat foreigners. So I'm really not surprised. Even apartment, it's very difficult to find apartments as foreigners. They just don't rent it to foreigners. A lot of times they want to upfront rent of 12 months or so. Yeah, I've heard about stuff like that. Apartments near cemetery is cheap and not recommended. Yeah, like Kazi and Chizuru literally lived in run down apartments, and the only reason they were okay with it is because it was like in kind of a rundown area too. Isn't Rapanaga a wealthy district? That could be why it was $4,000 fucking dollars. Oh yeah. Make sure to go leave comments on the Twitch thing. I forgot like what are the criterias I need to like get the Twitch thing. Just go leave a whatever comment on the Twitch thing. We gotta do the Twitch stuff. I forgot. Umi or Mommy to Kazuya is like who Sephiroth is to Cloud. No? I mean, Cloud does want to be like Sephiroth because he views Sephiroth as superior. I guess you could theoretically connect that to Kazuya with Umi, right? Theoretically, that could align. But you could say like it doesn't really line up, you know. I don't think Kazuya trusts Minnie words completely. He wouldn't have been bothered by Umi calling him. He also texted Minnie right before calling Chizuru in this chapter. Yeah. No, Kazuya. No. I was literally saying this in the chapter. I was literally saying this when we were finishing analyzing and stuff. Literally, Kazuya doesn't actually trust Minnie's words. Kazuya does not actually trust Minnie's words. That's why he calls Chizuru, because deep down he knew these words were fake. Any updates regarding the custom emotes for the chat? Oh yeah, my friend is having like some delays and issues. I gave her some time. I'm gonna text her today and be like, hey, any updates? Are you finishing up? She's only been working on the Chizuru one. We haven't even started Kazuya, Mommy, or anything. It's only been Chizuru. So she's gonna have to finish that. Sup, bro, evening. Johan, if you're free after stream, we can figure out what's next for this Twitch stuff. Okay, who would be Aerith? Who would be Aerith? I think Chizuru is both Tifa and Aerith. I think Chizuru is like both Tifa and Aerith. I think Chizuru is very Tifa-ish. She's a lot more Tifa-ish, I think, but she has a bit of an Aerith to her. If you want to pick an Aerith, you can go with Sumi. If you really want to pick an Aerith, you could go Sumi. But Sumi can't really be Aerith because Aerith is like lonely and alone. And she's upbeat so the people around her don't feel lonely. Like she does. Like Sumi isn't really that. Like I don't know. Sumi is not Aerith. That's why I think Aerith like fits Chizuru more. Aerith and Tifa. Chizuru is literally Aerith and Tifa, in my opinion. She's both. It just makes a lot of sense. The older you get, the more you realize life is not a highway and you don't want to ride it all night long. Interesting. Umi is Griffith and Kazuya is Guts. That would be more accurate. I'm sorry, that's... No. Tifa is too emotional and Chizuru is a stone cold woman. I'm sorry, if you genuinely think Tifa and Aerith are not similar and that the only underlying factor is that Tifa is more emotional, you're dead wrong. Because Chizuru acts exactly like Tifa. She literally goes through the same exact stuff that she does. Like, literally both Tifa and Aerith had to work from the ground up, losing all of their families, having fucking nobody. And then their real connection, Cloud and Kazuya, like, is the thing that keeps them together, and they deeply care about them, and they deeply connect to them and want to support them, but they feel like they need to keep certain things secret to protect them. Literally like Tifa. Tifa literally keeps shit secret from Cloud because she's afraid he will get hurt and things will turn out really bad. And that's why she doesn't fucking tell him things. It's literally the same thing with Chizuru. She literally keeps shit secret because she's worried about hurting him. And she doesn't want things to go badly. She doesn't want his feelings to get fucking hurt. It's the same fucking shit. You do realize Cloud's entire thing is literally him being not good enough for Tifa. And he's so fucking insecure about that. He creates an alternate fucking persona. He's that insecure about it. He's that fucked up about it. Well, that and a whole bunch of other trauma. The point stands. Cloud's entire thing is he's so fucking insecure about not being up to everyone's expectations that he does this. And yeah, Cloud is handsome, but his entire thing is literally the belief that he's not fucking good enough, and that's why he needs to become a soldier. Like, I'm sorry, Cloud and Tifa are amazing comparisons to these characters. The only difference is Cloud is handsome, and Cloud pretends to be strong when he's actually weak as fuck. Whereas Kazuya is the opposite. Kazuya is very weak, and he's trying to become strong for the wrong reasons. He's like Cloud in reverse. Kazuya is like Cloud in reverse. And Kazuya is handsome. Kazuya is actually quite handsome. Kibe is Red 13. Nah, Red 13's too cute and adorable to be Kibe. Kibe is more like Barrett. Kibe is more like Barrett. Yeah, Kibe is more like Barrett. That's better. Kibe is super tiny. Barrett is super huge. It works. Kibe is super tiny. Barrett's super huge. Or maybe you could say, he's more of a cynic like Sid. Yeah, you could maybe say Kibe is more like Sid. Who would Minnie be? Minnie's Yuffie. Easy. Minnie is Yuffie, super easy. Who would Mommy be? Shit, who would Mommy be? I have no idea who Mommy would be. Kazuya should have followed Curry's advice. We all know this. We all literally said this. Kazuya should have followed Curry's advice. Kazuya is also tall. It's a huge strength in Japan. Kazuya is 7-8 centimeters tall than average Japanese male. Of course, Umi's probably within 2 to 3% in terms of height. Yeah, Umi's super tall. Like, Reiji even jokes about it here. They literally compare each other's height right here. Right? Umi's literally taller than him here. So, yeah. Umi being taller than Kazuya is part of Kazuya's inferiority. I mean, Chizuru's ass has Kazuya's name on it. Okay, let's just go there, I guess. Scarlet? Mommy is Scarlet? Oh, nah. Scarlet's too fucking vindictive. Scarlet is too much of a cartoonish villain to be Mommy. Like, Mommy almost doesn't fit many of the characters in that story. Mommy is like too much of a cynic. Umi is 183 centimeters. Kazuya is 177 centimeters. Let's look those up in feet. Kazuya is like 5'9", I think. I don't know, 77. Yeah, I think Kazuya is like 5'9". 5'8". I was close. Kazuya is 5'8". Umi is 6 feet tall. Umi is 6 feet tall. Holy shit. And Kazuya is 5'8". Holy crap. Damn, Umi tall as fuck. I'm not even 6 feet. I think I'm like 5'10 or 5'11. I think I'm like 5'10 or 5, yeah, 5, somewhere between there, somewhere between 5'10 and 5'11. Hey man, I have a friend who's 5'4". I kid you not. I have a friend who's 5'4", and he has the attitude of a 6 foot tall man. And he has a girlfriend who's like twice his size. It's about the attitude. It's about how you act, dude. That man is a licensed psychiatrist. I've known him before he even got licensed. Okay? It's literally about it's about like the attitude. How you look at yourself. Not about your height. I'm taller than that dude. Lovely Complex IRL. Yes, Lovely Complex is great. I love Lovely Complex. I haven't seen it in a long time though. Don't most women like men who are at least 6 feet tall? No, that's just a generalization. Height is not everything. That's just a generalization. Who the fuck cares if you're 6 feet tall? It's not about height. If he's 6 feet, he's so much easier to kick in the balls if he does shit. 5'4", heightless bacon. It's about who you are. It's not just personality. It's about who you are. I know a lot of tall people who kind of suck ass. I do like how Umi's like shorter here. This is so funny. This is so funny. She's so scared. Oh, she's so scared. Oh no, she's so scared of him. Right? And this is so anti-Chizuru. This is just not Chizuru in any way, shape, or form. Oh no, damsel in distress. Chizuru, of all people, a damsel in distress. Chizuru, of all fucking people, a damsel in distress. Like, bro. And then this, oh, the face of a woman. What the fuck? It's so ridiculous that you can't help but laugh. It's literally so ridiculous you can't help but laugh. You have to just chuckle. It's just absolutely silly. And that's what makes it good. That's why it works. It's so absolutely silly that it works. On one hand, damsel in distress. On the other, a woman who gives into her feelings easily. And yet, this contrasts how Chizuru literally rejected Kazuya because she doesn't give in to her feelings easily. Right? If Umi has a NTR moment and he pictures Kazuya buff like Kazuya did when he was talking about his goals, you will lose it. I don't feel like that'll really happen. I love when Chizuru's pupils are drawn white. Oh, you mean like this? Yeah. Umi may be taller, but let's get the scene of him and Kazuya at the bathroom stall looking over and getting embarrassed. Oh. Still remember my smiley face. Kazuya is from 380. Hilarious. Umi has too much of an ego to do Kazuya stuff. I don't think so. You don't know Umi. Look, let's just get that out of the way. You don't know Umi. You think you do. All of you are so certain you know who Umi is. You don't. You don't know who this guy is. The fact that Chizuru lets him into her home, the fact that Chizuru talks to him, the fact that Chizuru shares things with him, proves he's not the kind of guy we think he is. Because if he was, she wouldn't be interacting with him. It's that simple. Chizuru's not fucking stupid. If he was the guy you're describing, Chizuru would not interact with him. The last chapter very much led you to that inclination, that Umi is that kind of character. But no, I don't see it. He is too emotionally aware of certain things. He is respectful of people's time and boundaries. He never pushes Chizuru's boundary. If he was so truly ego-driven, he would push boundaries a lot more. He would be a lot more weird. Chizuru would have shut him down much harder. She wouldn't be answering any of his questions. She wouldn't be interacting with him nearly as much if he was truly that kind of person. It doesn't add up. It literally just doesn't add the fuck up. I was dissing Umi before because of literally that's what Reiji wants you to think. I was upset because that's literally what Reiji wants you to think. And then I sat down with it and I just thought about it. And I'm like, my original theory about Umi not being a piece of shit makes sense. No matter how you slice it, it makes sense. The only thing is I don't have the key to piece it all together. That's just it. My theory makes sense. I just don't have the key to piece it all together. It's really that simple. Your Umi meme is the perfect representation of what Umi is. I don't even think so. Like that meme might not even be that accurate, but it could be accurate. Who knows? Umi's not a bad guy. He is just the embodiment of the shallowness of society, just due to the pragmatic strategist. Okay, look. What you're describing is what we see in the movie arc. That's it. And you're basing everything that you saw after around that. You don't know what Umi's intent is. You never have. It's truly that simple. You don't know Umi's intent. You don't know what he's thinking. You don't know what he's feeling. You don't know anything about him. You've never heard any of Umi's thoughts, ever. Have you ever, in this manga, heard Umi's thoughts? No. We don't know anything about Umi. It's that simple. What you're describing is what he appears as. But Umi, since the inception of the manga, has always been a character who appears a certain way. It's really that simple. You don't know this character. And Reiji has not written characters like that. Reiji actively writes female and male characters in ways that can represent negative aspects of society. They can represent those things, but they don't necessarily. They could also be their own thing outside of that. His facial expressions are nothing like Mommy's. That's actually another indicator that, like, when Mommy does shit, you know, oh shit, this girl's trouble. When Umi does shit, it's rarely that way. The only thing that came close, again, movie arc. That's it. After that, nothing else. None of the other scenes felt anything like that. You never get anything outright sinister with Umi like you do with Mommy. Like, Mommy, you straight up get sinister shit. Something's fucking wrong. You never really get that with Umi except for the movie arc. And it's the one scene, and I've said this from the start, I think that scene where you're seeing him in the movie arc is you're seeing Umi at his lowest. You're seeing Umi at a really bad place. And like a really, really fucking bad place. He's not in a good spot at all. Something is wrong. You're not getting the full picture here. Every single scene you get with Umi, you're not getting the full picture here. And I think that's always been the case with every single scene you've gotten of him. You have not gotten the full picture. Umi believes in order to get something, it takes standard of a specific basic things. It is over harsh realizations. That's what you think. That's what you think. I don't think that's the case. That's what you think. I don't think that's the case. That's what I said. And I'm not even sure about that anymore. Reiji tweeted once about pretty people being accustomed to getting away with a lot. So I'm guessing he just draws Umi like this, in which way he does in so many awkward things. That sounds familiar, but I don't recall this tweet. Like, if we're gonna reference tweets and what Reiji said and what authors said, let's make sure we actually have sources. You know? I think that would do us wonders. If we actually have fucking sources. Instead of just saying, oh, he said that. He said, she said. You know. I get on, one is Mizuhara and temporary, and the other is Ichinose. What? True, sorry. I don't think I could ever pull that up. Yeah, so let's not say Reiji said that. There is a truth to that. Pretty people do get away with shit. Mommy, for instance, I think it's more indicative of Mommy's character. Mommy getting away with shit. That's definitely more indicative of her character. Mommy does get away with a lot of crap. Ruka does get away with some stuff too. Chizuru has even gotten away with some things too. I think Umi interacting with Kazuya would be great waking up for him, and maybe he would realize the social status and Twitter followers doesn't mean shit if you don't have anything real in life. Again, We're just assuming that's what it is. We don't know. I actually don't think that's Umi's character at all. I'm back to this. I think the rejection was something that did happen. I do think that was real. But I don't think Umi's character is what we think he is at all. We're going to stop this conversation now. I'm not going to keep looping. You're going to keep saying your stance on Umi. You're going to keep saying fucking whatever. I don't care. We're going to move on from this conversation. I'm not that interested in continuing to talk about Umi and what Umi is and what Umi isn't, okay? Let's just moving on from that, all right? Umi defense lawyer. I low-key agree, but someone has to say it. It's okay. I understand what I am. I know what I am. The only difference is, all I'm saying is that we're not going to continue with this. Nobody else talk about this. We're not continuing this. This is the final sentence. I'm just saying Umi is just not what he appears. That's it. That's all. That's all I'm saying about Umi's character. I don't think he's what he appears. That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's the only truth I think that we can discern for a fact. How long have I been streaming? Let me check. 420. Okay. Do I call it soon? It's getting late, and I want to call it. Question: should I bother talking about the volume 42 stuff in like a video? Like, I just take that clip I made and make it into a video. Should I bother with that? Or should I stick to the thing I showed you before where I'm talking about season 5 and a whole bunch of other stuff? I feel like I should. Yeah, I feel like I should. I probably will. Yeah, I probably will. I'll just make that thing into a video. Can't really do it on stream, but you can look on Twitter. Wait, what? What does that mean? Be supportive and educating rather than defensive and attacking. Was I attacking? What did I? Was I attacking in the earlier part of the stream? Felt like I was. What does eh? What does eh mean? What like in the beginning of the stream, was I like defensive and attacking? Not really, but it could be interpreted out of context. I don't know, man. Like, should I like write a whole fucking thing? I don't know. Maybe I'll just stick to what I was initially doing. That might be easier. I'll stick to what I was initially doing. Personally, I didn't think you did anything wrong, but that's just me. No one else seems to be saying anything, which is a little worrisome. You guys got anything? You guys got anything to say? You guys got anything to say to me? You got anything to say to me? Oh, I'm studying for my midterm. Oh. In my honest opinion, discussing how to engage with art and not attacking artists would be helpful. But did I not say that earlier? I think I did. Feel like I did. I just want to know what Umi's weight class is. Bro, he's Japanese. He's thin as fuck. He's probably like at best midweight. You could leave out the chibi stuff because that kind of did get hostile. Oh, I'm not gonna include that. Oh, I'm just gonna cut that. I don't like talking about chibi. I just don't like that dude. You know, so I'm not gonna include that in anything. Just removing that part. Like I know I get very hostile with him. I'm not a fan of chibis. I know I get very hostile with him. I am not a fan of that dude. So I'm aware. I won't include that part. I did see what he said. It felt weird. Like I looked at what he said on Twitter. It just felt weird. Like a part of it was implying like something, and a part of it was just like, oh yeah, it's popular, it's better than your favorite work. It's, you know, he's speaking like it's a matter of fact, and it's just kind of weird. Like he didn't say anything particularly incendiary. He just says, breaking news, the Regime responded to the criticism of his manga in a viral tweet where someone is upset and reached a high volume count similar to Dragon Ball. He states, the character just wouldn't move the way they wanted him to. Rent-a-Girlfriend has reached 42 volumes now. You know the truth about why it's so slow. Why does he talk like that? Like it's not even like it's like passive aggressive. I know he has another tweet. I'm just saying that one is passive aggressive as fuck. Like he's clearly sending hate. Like, am I the only one who just feels the passive aggressiveness of that? And then the other one is like, truth nuke. Rent-a-Girlfriend is more popular than your most favorite stories. Also, it being over 40 volumes long for a romantic comedy is proof of that. Most authors can only dream of the success that Reiji has had with Rag. And it's like, okay. You do realize something can be popular because it's well written. Right? It's almost like he's intentionally disassociating popularity from good writing. When they can be connected. You're doing something right if it's popular. It doesn't mean everybody's a stupid dipshit. I don't know, man. And then, you know, if you go to the comment section, it's not great. I don't think reacting to those hate videos adds anything. They're all just saying the same stuff with different memes. That's why I stopped. That's why I stopped reacting to the hate videos. I felt like I was too upset. I would just get very mad. You know, when I was reacting to the hate videos, I would just get very, very upset and heated. And I can't calmly. That's why I struggle to make a proper hate video, I think. Because I just get very emotional. Like, I know what they're saying is fucking nonsense. It makes me very, very upset. It makes me very, very mad. And that's why, like, it's difficult to make a proper hate video. Because a part of me feels like I have to get into that stuff when I don't really want to. I don't want to base the idea that of criticizing the idea of understanding Rent-a-Girlfriend and people not understanding it around the hatred. I just want to call the hatred out. I just want to point out the fucking hypocrisy in these people's words. That's why it's just frustrating to me. Because it's like, if I try to call out that hypocrisy, I get mad. I get really upset. And then if you're upset, they'll tell you, oh, you're emotional. You're not actually like in control. You're not making valid arguments because you're mad and you're emotional. I'm like, what the fuck is this nonsense? Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Love makes me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. It'd be funny if the next cover art Reiji draws a Dragon Ball reference. He's not. Horny Charizard, I don't think you know how I don't think you know how manga creation works. I'm sorry. I really don't think you know how manga creation works. Like, the next 4 chapters are already done. They're already done. In fact, Reiji is 6 chapters ahead, so he has like 5 or 6 chapters done. And he's currently drafting 10 ahead. That's how far ahead he is. I think educating people on why the manga is great and stuff people may have missed, explaining with you in enthusiasm, is way better than arguing against hate. You can't win against hatred, but maybe you can catch new people and make them interested. Yes, but I do want to point out things. I want to say things. I also want to point out things that, like, so for example, I want to tell people, hey, the hatred that comes to this manga is in part because of people like content creators who just spread a whole bunch of bullshit about this manga that isn't actually happening. Is that enough to just say that they do that? Or do I need to show evidence? Or should I just say, so this is an argument, here's proof that it's wrong? Something like that? Well, no, I don't believe that. There are people you can convince and you can reason with. I'm just trying to see a good approach where I would actually be motivated to write this thing without feeling like I'm tied down by the hatred. One of the coolest things you pointed out was the parallels from this arc to Hawaiian's anime season that's airing. There are plenty of others too. You're good at analyzing, which not many people are. Yeah, thanks. I think I want to incorporate some of the things people say about this manga. I just don't quite know how. I think I'm good at analyzing, but I haven't like taken the time to properly like write an essay, you know? I mean, well, that's the thing. I've reasoned with people who have that belief that this is just a story about a prostitute and you fell in love with a prostitute. And then I explained it to them for like 2 seconds. They're like, oh. I'm like, yeah, you're a dipshit. They're like, yeah, sorry, man. I'm like, yeah, it's okay. I know you won't ever read this, but, you know, at least now you understand you're a dipshit. And it worked. I straight up called them a dipshit. And they're like, fuck you. And I'm like, yeah, fuck you too. YouTube clickbait is an issue everywhere. I'm not sure you can fix it, but educating people on why chapter 17 is important and why the kiss means the complexity of Chizuru will help. What mommy did. Okay. Sure. I guess that's a good step 1. Alrighty. For 4 hours and 30 minutes. You can call a spade if something is there that you don't like and say it's not chill or honest. Sometimes brutality, sometimes brutally. Oh yeah, I can be brutal with my honesty. I can be really fucking brutal. Like sometimes I really fucking cook people when I'm like feeling it. Like, no, like I remember there's a part in my original script. There's a part where I called Gigok the greatest clown of them all, and I literally took a picture from an event he went to where he dressed as a clown. I'm like, maybe this is a little harsh. Maybe this is a little harsh. I felt kind of bad about that. I was like, ooh, maybe I'm swinging a little too hard there. But yeah, the anime community got a lot of fucking clowns, dude. And I do think Gaunt clowns a lot, a little too much. But I also have like a modicum of respect for Gaunt, just because I do think he genuinely cares about the medium and actually gives a shit about art. I don't think he like understands art in the same way like an artist does, but I do think he actually appreciates art. Like you can tell when someone's a writer or an artist because they'll think something like Ratatouille, right? Like Ratatouille would be like a great example of someone who actually makes fucking art. Like the way Ego talks about reviewing and stuff. That to me is like, yeah, this dude fucking gets art. But yeah, I do think like, you know, it's something I should work on. Something I definitely should work on. Anyways, I think we've streamed long enough. Bacon, you have the things that you say before. I don't think people who build their opinions on ignorance change them that easily. I appreciate what you're doing, but if someone only is trashing the manga just because everyone else does, I don't think words will make a difference. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but I think you can get through to anybody, even the most ignorant of people, if you shatter their entire perspective. I think you can get through to anybody if you shatter their entire perspective. If you look at it in an ironic way, Komi from Komi Can't Communicate is a better communicating than Chizuru. Well, for one, she's a high schooler. So she got to get away with that stuff much easier. Two, Komi from Komi Can't Communicate is a lot more, there's less nuance, in my opinion, with Komi. So the communication aspect is much more simplified. The way Chizuru and Kazuya communicate is very much real-world communication. The way they talk, the way they speak, the anxiety of not knowing what the other person is thinking, that feels so much more real than any of these other mangas where the characters will literally just say exactly what they're feeling, which is not how the real world works. We don't all say exactly what we're feeling. That's just not a thing. That's what makes Kazuya special as a character. He doesn't just that he says what he's feeling a lot of the time, but then he also doesn't. Chizuru is much that same way. Chizuru is trying really fucking hard to communicate with Kazuya. He's the one not communicating to her. I think she's actually done a fantastic job of communicating. You think she hasn't, but if you just read the date arc again, if you read the cohabitation again, like, she's actually putting in a fucking effort. She's doing a good job. I don't know. It's not constructive trying to be ignorant to change their mind. Their energy is better saved for what you already do here in the channel analyzing. Well, I'm not saying I'm going to specifically target the ignorant masses. That would be fucking stupid. My intention is just to educate people. Whether they're ignorant or not is a whole other factor. And I think there's a lot to exploring that stuff. Okay, we're kind of just looping in circles. I feel like we're just kind of looping in circles. I feel like we covered everything we wanted to, so I'm just gonna call it for now. I think we've covered enough. I don't know if there's like anything else I should talk about. Am I ignorant? I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say so. I'm okay. Give me a sec. Bros, stop speaking like Socrates. We are just anime manga fans with different perspective. Okay, that's some bullshit. That's some fucking bullshit. Horny Charizard. Yeah, I'm gonna say your full fucking name. That's some bullshit. Everyone else has been saying similar crap, but you single out bacon for that? Hell nah. Hell nah. Everyone else has been saying similar crap. New here. Always enjoyed your insights about RAG. Thank you for the stream. Well, thank you for coming in. Welcome, Keon? Keon? I'm not sure how to say your name. Welcome. Those theories I come up with. Oh, yeah, you're stupid as fuck, but I came up with stupid theories too. It's Keon. Okay. Welcome. Hello there. Anyone else feel like Kazuya would make a shitty bard? Imagine him with Geralt. Yikes. Kazuya would not be a good bard. Weirdly, I think Kazuya would actually be a good paladin. I feel like Kazuya would be a good paladin. He'd be like a weird paladin like Darkness, but he'd be a very good paladin. Mommy is the Banshee Queen or Wraith. I'm feeling better now. I think Mommy is like she is some sort of like evil queen or something. Oh yeah, Shiunji family had like the new chapter released by Reiji on his fan box, and it was interesting. It was indeed interesting. Let's see. Horny Charizard asking Lawless Bacon to listen is funny. I don't know about singing, but I'd like to see him having some dance moves. Oh my god, you got me thinking about the Endwalker Final Fantasy 14 trailer, but with Kazuya instead. Kind of wild. I'm a paladin main, weirdly enough. Well, I've expanded my... I have almost every single class maxed out now, and I tend to play more DPS now, but all the way until Endwalker, I was paladin. Like, the whole way. I know, I'm a basic bitch. I know, I'm a basic fucking bitch. But after Endwalker, before starting Dawn Trail, I got like a lot of my classes up in the hundreds. And then I did Dawn Trail with Viper. And I think I mostly play Viper now. I have Paladin on the backlog, but I mostly play Viper now. And Viper's pretty fun. We're talking about how Kanokari would work as a musical. I'm not good with these kinds of discussions, so I'll pass. Yeah, I think I'll call it for here. You know, I think we've streamed for a while. I'm kind of running out of things to talk about. I'm getting a little tired, and I would like to relax and then maybe go do something else. Maybe if I have the time, work on that video. I think there was some really cool analysis in the video. I did some analysis like on I did some analysis on like this art piece. So here's a sneak preview. Most people don't realize this art piece is a reference to this one. And these art pieces are actually the reverse of each other. Son of a gun. Whoop. 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 So, few interesting details. Kazuya and Chizuru stand shoulder to shoulder, holding hands, and Chizuru holds a number 4. Kazuya and Chizuru here stand shoulder to shoulder, kind of, not quite the same anymore. Chizuru holds up 5 fingers because he's in 5, but notice their hands. They're not holding hands anymore. In fact, Kazuya is putting his hands in his pockets, whereas before, neither had their hands anywhere near their pockets. Minnie is in between Kazuya and Chizuru, literally like she's bringing them together. She's the hands that they're not holding, but she's also a divider. In contrast, Mami is right over Kazuya's heart, literally blocking his beliefs. Ruka is next to Kazuya's head, but he's not looking at Ruka, he's looking at Chizuru. Literally like Ruka is on Kazuya's head, he's worried about her, but she's behind him. She's literally behind him. And then finally, Sumi is where? In Chizuru's pocket. She's the friend in her pocket. You got a friend in me. And finally, Sumi's pupper, which we might end up seeing. Very cool details. There's a lot of awesome details in this. And it's really cool that Kana's the one who drew this. Also, you'll notice the waters below and the bubbles. And then you have these are from flowers, right? There are flowers drawn, but then there's flower petals flying above the characters, as there are flowers all over them. Then you have little bumps right here, right, where their shoulders are bumping. Very cute details like that, right? I think there's a lot of very cute details here that I think people didn't notice. Oh yeah, like how Chizuru's fingers are illuminated and highlighted with these stars. And then the tips of them are red, which highlights Chizuru's fingers. They make them stand out. She puts stuff around her fingers so the 5 stands out. And just as there is a whole bunch of stuff all around them, like flowers and stars everywhere. It's very cool details. Kana pays attention to a lot of cool details, right? And the fact that Kazuya puts his hands in his pockets is literally him not ready, but Chizuru is still next to him with her hand out, and her hand isn't in her pocket, right? Kazuya is hiding away, if you will. All right, and then you have here Ruka upsetting Spaghetti, Minnie cheering them on, Kibe and Curry, Sumi down here, kind of cut off a little bit, right? Sumi down here. Oop. And then Mami over here, right? Mami has the doom eyes. I love how Ruka just looks at us smilingly. She's not upset or anything. She's just like, ooh. And then Mami has her eyes closed. She doesn't actually see us, right? She smiles, but there's something underneath. Minnie also has her eyes closed, and she's excited, cheering just like she's cheering right here, but it's not quite the same. And then Sumi has her eyes open, and she's just happy to be here, right? Minnie, oh my god. Yeah. Ruka is just excited. It's like, oh, something cool's happening. But Sumi is like more relaxed. Sumi's more adorable. Ruka's more excited. There's a bit of a difference between them. I love that little subtlety, right? Ruka feels more excited. Sumi is just like, oh, I'm just happy to be here. This is awesome. Something like that. It's adorable. And then the pupper is just like fucking napping back there. Oh, look. Doomsday Mommy. So I would say that's a good one to end off. Sumi's dog. Chizuru's fingers are splayed, kind of weird. Yeah, they're splayed. I mean, the way they're spread out is kind of weird. Would it be interesting to have Mr. Brightside by the Killers played before the final season of the anime as an opening, mainly because it fits with Mami and Kazuya, but moving on with their lives? I've never heard that song, so I can't comment. I've literally never heard that song, so I can't comment. It would also probably be more difficult because getting music from the West to Japan sounds like a chore. Kazuya is great at many things, but he is a hibachi chief. I'd ask for a refund. But if he was a hibachi chief, what the fuck is that? Reno would be god if he did this one. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So yeah, I shared my feelings on that one. Yeah. Chief cooking. Chef. Oh, chef, not chief. Chef. Oh, there's no I. You're right. There's no I. Chef. You're right. Huh. I just noticed this flower right here near Kazuya's crotch. That's funny. And then there's that little bump right here where their shoulders are bumping, and there's a flower and some stars. And then there's Sumi also near Chizuru's crotch, and then they're bumping here too. That's so funny. And Kazuya is also sparkling. That's adorable. I love all the sparkles around them. There's sparkles right here. It's like the sparkles are falling from Chizuru's finger. Why does it keep moving? It's like the sparkles are falling from Chizuru's finger. It's very cool. Kana also emphasizes Chizuru's chest and figure a lot more, but then she also makes Kazuya stand out more too. It's kind of cute. Weirdly, they blush more. Kazuya blushes more here. Good Kazuya art. Thank you, Kana. I know, right? Good Kazuya art. Oh my god. It's a Christmas miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. Hawaiian shirts. Yeah, they both wear the Hawaiian shirt. Chizuru's and Kazuya's are more detailed here. Like, Kana's art is definitely a lot more detailed than Reiji. Reiji just kind of loosely drew it. Kana's is like way more detailed. She clearly put like a lot more effort in. Not to say that Reiji didn't. Like, there's clearly effort on Kazuya and Chizuru, but it's not nearly as detailed as Kana's. Right? I think Kana tried a little harder. Kana tried just a little harder. Very clearly so. But Kana doesn't have Kibe and Curry over here, whereas Reiji does. There's also, I also think Reiji's line work is a little more interesting, weirdly enough. Yeah, Reiji's, there's like a really cool difference between them, where Reiji's line work is a little more interesting and stands out more than Kana's, whereas Kana's colors are like more powerful, but Reiji's line work is stronger, interestingly enough. Kibe, Kazuya, and Curry, the 3Ks. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Kana's rendering is just immaculate. Yeah, her rendering is really fucking good. Kana is really fucking good at rendering. That's just a fact for sure. Like, I think Reiji is too, but in a different kind of way. Right. One thing I'm not a huge fan of is like kind of how she colors Kazuya's hair and skin tone. Kind of makes Kazuya look a little weird. But it's not like bad. I just prefer how Reiji does it. Kazuya's hair is like a little darker. Kana has a better grasp of anatomy. I disagree. I think Reiji does. Kana just has a better has a form of anatomy that's more appealing to you. Kana's anatomy is more visually appealing. I think Reiji has better anatomy than Kana, like a lot better. His definitely leans a lot more towards realism. Kana's anatomy is good, but it leans more towards highlighting specific aspects of the figure. She knows how to make she knows how to make the figure particularly stand out to you, right? You'll notice that here too, right? The way Reiji draws it, the characters just look like normal. Here, Kana specifically emphasizes Kazuya's chest. She emphasizes Chizuru's chest. She makes Chizuru's figure stand out a lot more. She doesn't have them standing shoulder to shoulder. She has them standing to the side, so you can see these emphasis of these characters, right? She changes the dynamic of how they're posing so they stand out more. It's how she poses it. It's not the anatomy. In contrast, Reiji is just chill, just drawing the characters as they are. It's not about the anatomy. Because he can draw good anatomy. We've seen that before. He does that in the covers. The anatomy in the covers is genuinely 10 times better than Kana's. Kana focuses more on the composition. Yeah, someone just said it. Kana focuses more on the composition. right? She makes the composition stand out in a way that's very appealing to your eyes. She makes the characters stand in a very particular way that's appealing to your eyes, but has subtle details, like Kazuya has hands being in his pockets, or Chizuru's particular hand having the same exact hand as Reiji's art, or literally putting waters below and highlighting the colors and the brightness and the appeal, and woo, it's so pretty to look at. Kana's really good at that. Kana's really good at making shit very pretty to look at. It stands out a lot more. It's a lot more colorful than Reiji's, right? And that's by design. It's because that's how Kana does shit. That's Kana's appeal is that she makes everything really fucking pretty. She makes things very appealing to look at. That's her MO. That's why like look at these. Look at these. Look at how seductively she draws Ruka. Look at how Mami is literally picture perfect. Like she's posing for a picture. Look at how Chizuru feels the most alive out of both of them. Literally interacting with the world, literally living and experiencing the world. Whereas Mami, picture perfect, the world around her feels dead. Whereas Ruka, there is a world, but it's more about her. It's more about Ruka. She's the appeal. Ruka is the appeal. Chizuru is it's the world and her. She's part of she's a living person. Mami, the picture feels dead. It's too perfect. Mami's picture is too immaculate. Ruka, it's all about her. She's the queen. She's literally sitting on top of her throne looking down at you. Literally, she understands the characters in a very unique way. And she conveys that through her composition as a whole. The composition, it's literally, ironically, the way Kana draws her art is actually very inspired by how Reiji does his art in the manga. She's inspired by the same exact thing, because this is literally the kind of stuff Reiji does. This is literally what Reiji does in the manga. This is how he portrays stuff. He uses the background, he uses the scenery, he uses the posing of the characters, he uses the presentation, all that stuff. He uses that exact same things to convey the similar aspects of the characters. Reiji's heavy line work and high contrast is my favorite. Agree. I think just from looking, Kana's working on this with colors in mind. Yes, I've seen her draw. I've actually recorded her drawing a few times, and yeah, she it's all structured around colors. From the moment she starts, it's around the colors. Whereas Reiji is kind of a mix of the two. Reiji focuses on line work and colors, in particular, usually when he's doing the covers. But since he's a manga artist, most of the time he's focusing on line work. Reishi does an amazing job at showing just how not fair life actually is. Care to elaborate? Reishi probably did line work first and later rendered covers different stories. Well, he's done artwork in other aspects, like when he did the artwork for what is it? When he did an artwork for one of the images that you get for here, I'll pull it up. So not this. This is a little different. But like if you look at this, the colorful nature of it is very akin to Kana's. The colorful nature of how he drew it, the sparkles, the presentation, it's very akin to Kana's. This feels more like Kana's work. How he draws this art piece, for instance. This is Reiji's art. It's very expressive. He puts a lot of effort. It stands out a lot more. It's very much akin to Kana's, right? There's a lot more effort put into it with the colors. But the thing I was referring to, I can find it. Damn, where is it? Damn, I can't find it. Yeah, it's the art piece he did for the season 4 Blu-rays, and it was really good. But he has that stuff too. He does that kind of stuff too. It's just a little different. But yes, he does start with line work first. He constantly puts the characters in situations that makes you choose the part of life that's not fair, or the things outside of your control, and what others' characters do to others, etc., or things that stands in the way, and harsh realities, that hard subjects that you just want to escape. Well, yes, Reiji deals with the harsh realities of life that you want to escape, but he tells you you can overcome it. It's fine. It's not. It doesn't have to just like it doesn't have to stop you. That's what's awesome about this manga. It's that it shows you a harsh, unfair, cruel reality, and it contrasts that with fantasy and believing, and that you can get a good outcome even from a harsh, shitty situation like this. Don't give up. Keep trying. That's literally constantly the manga's theme. Keep trying, keep hoping, keep believing. Don't give up. You'll get a good result. Just don't give up. A lot of this manga is literally just about don't give up. He's good at showing that stuff, but he tells you not to give up and to keep trying. And in this art piece, Kana went nuts. Kana went nuts, dude. The way she drew her eyes, the crazy emphasis, Jesus Christ. Like, how do you even begin to describe this? She's like a goddess. Her eyes are literally like jewels. Chizuru's eyes are literally like jewels. She's like a fucking goddess. Like, bro, I would stop from leaving if someone did this to me, and if they look like this, I would fucking stop from leaving too. Right? Like, how Kana's crazy. She literally drew her like a freaking goddess. Her eyes are like jewels. Her hair literally glows. You can see her little legs peeking out. It's so cute. And the way she just grabs with one finger, classic clingy Chizuru. And they have shit-eating grin mommy. I think I have one. Oh yeah, this is like a clean one, I think. There. Garnet eyes. The glimmer in her hair, holy hell. Yeah. It helped me a lot to learn that I can't let it define me, make me want reality, even if it takes time. Makes me making what I want reality, even if it takes time. Yeah. Okay, I think I made it to 5 hours. That's what I was waiting for. That's what I was trying to get to. I was trying to get to 5 hours. We made it to 5 hours. Hell yeah. Alrighty. I think now I can call it. I wanted to get 5 hours. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get to 5 hours. And I did it. I reached 5 hours. Okay. So I'm going to call it for now. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, subscribe, like button, all the bell icons, keep up with the uploads. At least you didn't stop at 420. Last message for the stream. Kazuya, best girl. Kazuya, best girl. Sure, buddy. No one will beat him. You mean her. No one will beat her. Okay. See you guys later. We'll see what I get done. I'm gonna start relaxing and get ready for bed. I got work too early tomorrow. Bye-bye. See y'all later. Thank you for tuning in. Subscribe, like button, on the bell icon, keep all the uploads, all the fun stuff. And have a good day.